City Council meeting of July 22nd to order. For those who would like to join us, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please conduct a roll call.
Councilmember Garner?
Here.
Councilmember Coors? Here. Councilmember Woods? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Present.
Mayor Holstage?
Here.
All council is present.
Thank you. We have one presentation tonight, which is a presentation on a Sister Cities program from Al Jones. I think he's joining us by Zoom. Hi, Al, welcome. You're here with the full City Council and City staff, and please go forward with your presentation on the Sister City program. We do not.
Sharing right now. Was I given permission to share? I'm sharing it, should be on. Well, I don't want to delay this. I don't want to delay this. I did have it for sharing. One more time. It's not sharing. Well, let me proceed if you're okay. I want to first of all say good evening and thank you for there you have it up there. Thank you.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, move on to the next slide. All right, anyway, I'm Al Jones, and I'm here today at the Sister City Expo. A brief update about the progress we have made in identifying the domestic sister city. For the past 10 months, we've been seeking and integrating. About the Sister Cities program, it is, if you want to move to the next slide, I'm not sure it will come out either. And if it doesn't, yeah, why don't you just scrap that then? The Sister City is a broad-based, long-term partnership between two communities and two countries with guidance and support from Sister Cities International. However, the Palm Springs Sister City Exploratory Committee has chosen to develop sister city relationships with one international and one domestic city, the latter outside the aegis of Sister City International. As these relationships mature, additional cities may be considered. All sister cities tend to be independent, typically 501c3 organizations, and are run by a group of volunteers along with the support of local municipal government representatives. However, only the Palm Springs mayor may execute an official sister city agreement with the mayor of the international and domestic city. I'm going to move on even to the next slide here about the mission and vision. What our intent is with the sister city is to expand the awareness about and promote the business, cultural, and social opportunities in a post-COVID-19 Palm Springs environment. The Palm Springs Sister City program will expand awareness about and promote year-round, not seasonal programs, but year-round. We want to promote and expand tourism that will benefit our hotels, our restaurants, our businesses, performing arts, and other recreational activities. We want to be sure that they promote sustainability and are supporting quality of life, human rights efforts, social justice, and LGBTQ rights and civil rights issues. As we move forward, what I wanted to share with you next is really the sister cities. After a thorough review of each city and how it matched the mission and vision of the Palm Springs Sister City program, the Sister City Exploratory Committee selected and recommended 3 finalists for consideration as international sister cities: San Miguel de Allende, which is in Mexico, Aix-en-Provence, which is in France, and Henley-on-Thames, which is in England. We also continued to recommend 3 possible sister cities for our domestic sister city, which would include Provincetown, Massachusetts, Asheville, North Carolina, and Aspen, Colorado. We recognize that travel is restricted in terms of North Carolina, but we're hoping that as that may move forward and open up, it would provide an opportunity for us to take advantage of that. The key steps we have taken are summarized on the action roadmap and timeline. We formed the Sister City Committee in October. Jeffrey Bernstein and I serve as the co-chairs. We expanded the committee to include representatives from hotels, restaurants, and businesses. And you're going to receive a list at the end of this presentation of all of the members of the committee. We've drafted several strategic plans. We've identified the potential sister cities. We joined Sister Cities International. And actually, the members of our exploratory committee paid for the membership fee themselves. We briefly met with Mayor Christy Holstad and City Council Jeff Kors back in February to try to give them an update of what we were doing. We consulted with many Palm Springs organizations, as I said, mentioned 1PS, Palm Springs Hospitality Association, general managers, Main Street, Chamber of Commerce, DBA, et cetera. And you'll find that list as we move forward. We've also had joining us Kate Anderson, who's the Director of Public Relations for the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, because we're continuing to explore the relationship of the Agua Caliente to Palm Springs and our sister city efforts. As mentioned in my opening remarks, and as I close, for the past 10 months, we've been seeking and integrating stakeholder feedback, including from neighborhood organizations. Now we are asking today just for the blessing of the City Council to move forward. Are we on the right track? And we want to continue to seek additional public feedback with the goal of reaching out to the cities to explore their interest in the sister city with Palm Springs. You're going to find a list of committee members attached to this presentation. I hope you'll get a chance to get a copy of this. I will tell you right quick and then conclude just simply because I'm not sure you can see it. In addition to Jeffrey Bernstein and myself and Kate Anderson, whom I referred to in the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians, Laura Kibbe, who's vice chair of the DAP Board of Directors with experience in construction and business development, David Perry, communications and public affairs professional, Willie Ryan, who's co-owner of 849 and 1501 Gastropub, and Sheffer, who's chair of the Palm Springs, or former chair of the Palm Springs Arts Commission, and member of the DAP Board of Directors, and Peggy Trott, who's the general manager of Kempton, the Rowan Palm Springs Hotel. That concludes my brief presentation, and I would welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Kors.
Great, thanks. And thanks for the work on this for you and the committee, Al, and I appreciate you reaching out, as we discussed, to the tribe and Kate joining. Have you made any other efforts to add some more diversity to the committee?
Yes, our intent is to do that as the next step. Once we get kind of the green light that we're on the right track, we're going to merge this committee into what we call the Oversight Committee, and that will include the diversity that we've discussed before, Jeff. Okay.
And then the selection of cities, that would come to council to be approved at some point?
Yes, it would be. We're not asking for you to take action today, but to let us proceed and at least to check out with these other cities if they have any interest. We don't know that they would even be interested in having a sister city relationship with us, but that would be our next step.
Okay. We can't really do that because it's a presentation, not on the agenda today.
Right, no.
Yeah. But I appreciate you noting, but I know we have a ban on any city travel to North Carolina. So that, as you noted, might not be appropriate given the situation currently. But I appreciate the presentation and your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
I don't see any other questions or comments from council members. Thank you so much for your work on this, to the entire committee, and we look forward to your continued work in bringing this back to City Council.
Thank you, Mayor Holstead. We will continue just to on the same route that we've been. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, before we move on to acceptance of the agenda, we tonight are recognizing our outstanding police chief. This is his last meeting before he retires, effective August 23rd. So we have invited him back on September 9th in person to recognize him, present him with a proclamation, make comments about his service to the city, and offer the community an opportunity to thank him. But right now, we just want to thank Police Chief Brian Reyes for his 27 years of service to the Palm Springs Police Department. He was first hired as a patrol officer in 1993, and he served as an officer, detective, sergeant, lieutenant, and captain, and then as police chief since February 2016. He's led our city through some of the most challenging times that we've ever faced. He's an outstanding leader who truly, truly cares about the community and gives back in various ways, is involved in the Palm Springs Animal Shelter and the Boys and Girls Club, and we're just so grateful for his leadership, and he will be sorely missed. So, Police Chief Reyes, if you would like to join us and say a few words, we would love to hear from you as we celebrate and recognize you for your last official City Council meeting as Police Chief.
I promise I will keep this brief because I realize this is the last council meeting and it's going to go long. I will have more detailed comments come September, but I appreciate the opportunity, incredible opportunity to lead the Palm Springs Police Department and serve this incredible city that's given so much back to us as a police department in the city. And I announced some time ago that with a 90-day window, and it's quickly coming to a close. I'm in less than 30 days out. But again, I'll have more detailed comments come September. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Reyes. Our next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items be removed for separate discussion. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the agenda. And are there any items that staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to note my abstention for item 2C. I've consulted with legal counsel, and while I likely don't have a literal legal conflict, I do reside in proximity to one of the special districts under consideration, so out of an abundance of caution, I will abstain from that item.
Thank you. And would city staff like to pull item 1K off of the agenda this evening?
Yes, please, Mayor, for further discussion off the consent calendar.
Thank you. Are there any items that any council members would like to pull for separate discussion or vote? Councilmember Woods?
I'd like to pull item number 1E and as in Edward and 1U as in Ulysses.
Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Coors, are there any items that you would like to pull? Seeing none, I'd like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda with item 1K pulled off this agenda, noting the city manager's abstention on item 2C and removing items 1E and 1U for separate discussion from the consent calendar. Can I have a motion, please?
So move. Second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
And Mayor Holstech.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we would like to request that the city attorney provide a report of closed session.
Yes. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public at home, the City Council met in closed session earlier tonight to discuss the items that are listed on the agenda. One item was added, as earlier noted, and the city clerk has that description as well as the document that's referenced. and there was direction given by a 5-0 vote to proceed with litigation, and more details of that litigation will be forthcoming once the case is filed. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. The next item is public testimony. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on non-public hearing agenda items only. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You are asked to please begin your time by telling us what agenda item or items you are speaking about. Please note that testimony for public hearings will happen at the time of the public hearing, and general public comment for subjects not on the agenda will be taken later in the evening. So tonight, the City Clerk will be contacting speakers by telephone. City Clerk, if you could please begin.
Absolutely. And I just want to reiterate, because there's so many public comments today, if you are speaking on Canyon View, that will be taken when the public hearing's held. And if you're speaking on a non-agenda public comment, that will be taken at or around 9 o'clock. And just as a reminder, please respect the time limit of 2 minutes. If we do hit that time limit, I'll give you a couple warnings, but we will need to disconnect. And I'll begin now. Nels Cosman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, City Council. Good evening. On June 15th, COVID-19 restrictions were lifted for the state of California. This means that all restaurants in the state, including the ones in Palm Springs, can now fully reopen with maximum capacity indoor and outdoor on their patios. This renders the park list useless, as the purpose was to temporarily accommodate additional seating restaurants during the pandemic. The park lists in the current state take away from Palm Springs and are destroying the aesthetics of our city. Yes, some parklets have done a better job than others, but in the end, it is still a parklet and simply does not look or feel like it belongs in our city. The parklet at Thai Smile specifically has been one of the worst. It featured tarp and loose rags waving in the winds. Thankfully, the owners have removed the tarps, but the K-rails and the structure itself remain standing in a limbo state. It still blocks the visibility on our store and Mitchell's and take away from our business. It remains a complete eyesore. The restaurants illegally using the parklet as storage for their patio heaters, tables, chairs, and swamp coolers. Thai Smile has other places to store, and they should not store right in front of our store. This parklet limbo state needs to end. If the city will make parklets permanent, there will be approved design standards, not including K-rails. Therefore, we request the current parklets to be removed, including the K-rails, until the city approves a permanent parklet program with new design standards that do not involve these K-rails. It is extremely likely to assume that the parklets will not see much use until early fall when the weather cools down. We cannot keep these parklets in the current existing condition alive. We are asking the City Council of Palm Springs to please be reasonable and considerate. The parklets are negatively impacting the city as a whole. We saw how they were helpful for some business during the pandemic, but now the time has come to remove them entirely and immediately and let everyone run their business as usual. We are not in favor of a permanent parklet program either, as it does not quite work for Palm Springs. But at least the current parklet should be removed immediately, and it could be rebuilt later with new design standards that will not involve K-rails. There are bigger
Mr. Kosman, your time is over.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, City.
Eric Scott Romney, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, $1.6 million sounds nice to any venue currently not receiving any stimulus. However, even though the Plaza Theater started out as a movie theater with the premiere of Camille, I do not think it wise to lease the property for as little as $64,000 a year, which is $1.6 million spread over the proposed 25-year period. Does Palm Springs need another movie theater? Such attention could be turned to the Palm Springs Cultural Center, as it already houses what I imagine the film festival chair to replicate. What dilemma does the city face if it violates its leasing terms for when future restorations and renovations cause closures of the space that would occur throughout a 25-year agreement? Also consider this. The Plaza Theater, with much success, hosts live talent and would briefly only feature stars amongst the Palm Springs community without asking them to save the theater they were asked to perform at, such as the Plaza Theater or other theaters in the Valley. They, like others, have moved to Palm Springs to retire and enjoy what Palm Springs has to offer. So leave people like Suzanne Summers and Gary Oldman out of this until the theater itself has had some small successes. If our Palm Springs community and other surrounding communities really want to see the Plaza Theater active and running, like I know I do, then we shouldn't have to ride on the shoulders of giants to see it through. Again, my name is Eric Scott Romney. Thank you again for allowing me the privilege of your time, council members.
Thank you. Maribel Nunez, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello. Can you all hear me? Maribel Nunez. Hi, everyone, with Inland Equity Partnership. I did also email my public comments. It's in regards to 5C housing element. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council and staff for letting me speak today. And I really commend the city staff in their efforts regarding including some of our community input for the housing element. So I wanted to thank staff, Mr. David Newell and others. But yes, I wanted to add a few things that didn't put too much into detail. We commend and I appreciate some of the input. A couple of the areas that we're pushing is the Tramview Road, El Dorado, Rosa Parks. We just want to make sure, because I know that at yesterday's Planning Commission, R1D, we wanted to take it back to RGA 6, that according to Mr. David or from folks that if it's low density zoning, that it would still be classified and be zoned for RGA 6. We just want to make sure that that will happen with that classification. And also on Indian Canyon and Vista Chino, we want to thank the changes we recommended for mixed use. And where we haven't seen the mixed use in areas of Frontage Road and El Dorado, we want to convert that C1 to mixed use. So if we could include that into the housing element, that would be great. And then we did also, in my email, I did include some of the other land inventory sites that none of them were rezoned for the housing element. Boulders, Crescendo, Genantry. In the policy, we want to make sure that we add in the mutual self-help housing, special needs list of problems of the different vulnerable communities, but no details about how we're going to address the special needs and how we could help address issues of affordable housing. Single family zone, the city needs to play a bigger role in community wells. We thank the city for including inclusionary zoning in their policy recommendations. And then in regards to fair housing, we're going to take a deeper look on the report, but we want to make sure that there's details on how we are including affirmatively furthering fair housing. It needs to have more detail. Fair housing and environmental justice is included in this 6 cycles housing element. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Jane Garrison, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Great. Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm actually speaking on the new business 5C with regard to the changes to the general plan. Osfoot Land Trust strongly opposes any land changes to the Whitewater parcel and the Bel Air Greens parcel. The Whitewater parcel is sandwiched directly between 2 Coachella Valley multi-species habitat conservation areas. The Whitewater Canyon conservation areas to the north and the Highway 111 conservation areas to the south. So this current parcel and the designation as open desert is really important because it provides an important buffer for critical habitat and species. As far as the Bel Air Greens parcel, I think we all know that the community has made it abundantly clear at several planning commission meetings that they do not want to see this property change from open space to development In taking that into consideration, Oswald Land Trust has been involved, working very hard toward purchasing this property. And in fact, we're making great strides. We are a few weeks away from finding out if we have been awarded $4 million in a grant to be applied to this property. Our plan is to make this an amazing place for our community, a beautiful nature center that we can enjoy walking, enjoying the views, talking with friends. It's going to be a very special place that we plan to create, including a beautiful nature center where we can educate the next generation about the importance of saving open space. So I ask you to please not include these two areas in any land use changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Castle, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hostage, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, Council Member Coors, Garner, and Woods. My name is Kate Castle, a full-time Palm Springs resident of Melody Ranch and a businesswoman. I am here to address 2 items on tonight's agenda, 2B and 5C. Item 2B requires good stewardship of our environment. The development of this corner lot may be the best use. However, I encourage you to approach it with consideration of protecting the endangered Casey's June beetle and other animals found in the perimeter Calvert. Second is 5C. In your consideration of modifying the general plan in relation to Whitewater Area Desert designation and Bel Air Greens open space designation that would open the door for unwanted development. I vehemently oppose to such change. These areas deserve to be protected from development. There is a large community of environmentally aware residents and visitors like myself who recognize the importance in identifying areas to be retained to protect natural scenic and wildlife resources that are unique to Palm Springs. There is a reason why Palm Springs is like nowhere else. I do thank you for your consideration on these 2 issues. Again, my name is Kate Castle.
Thank you. Marta?
Sí.
Okay. If you could tell her she's going to begin in just 1 second.
En un momentito comenzamos con usted.
Go there. You can take the podium. Marta,
Sí, dígame.
you can begin.
Puede comenzar.
Sí, mire, mi comentario acerca de reclasificar zonas es que si hubiera la posibilidad de aquí alrededor de Golden Sands de reclasificar como las zonas de densidad mediana,
Okay, me espera
para
un
que
momento.
haya la posibilidad
Un momento, me
de
espera.
Marta.
Señora
más
Marta.
proyectos.
Marta, le dije que me
Un
esperara.
momento.
Okay. I would like to comment about the possibility of having a change around the area in Golden Sands to have less density.
Proceed.
Proceda.
Proceda.
Proceda, señora.
¿Perdón?
Proceda, siga.
Oh, sí, para que haya pues la posibilidad de que más gente de bajos ingresos y de muy bajos ingresos pues puedan por lo menos adquirir una casa móvil, que haya más proyectos de casas móviles, que es lo que pues por ahora con el bajo ingreso que tenemos pues es lo que único que podemos tener acceso por ahora.
Okay, ¿me
Y que no
espera?
nada más sean unidades
Marta.
de
¿Me
rentar.
espera? ¿Me espera, señora?
Espera.
Okay, okay.
Sí.
I would like to also see that in our area, we would have a better and larger possibility of acquiring mobile homes and for us to have perhaps more mobile parks around us, which are more accessible to our people.
Proceed.
Proceda.
Proceda.
Siga, señora.
Sí,
Y mi recomendación de póliza es que aquí en Palm Springs traigan el programa de Mutual Self-Help Housing o programas similares.
¿De qué clase?
Pues para que los residentes de Palm Springs, que pues tenemos un bajo ingreso, muy bajo ingreso, pues tengamos la misma oportunidad de adquirir una casa.
Espéreme un momento.
Espera.
Okay. I'm going to ask her what kind of health she referred to because I didn't understand. ¿Qué tipo de, señora? Señora, ¿a qué tipo de salud se refirió usted?
Un programa que me había comentado un muchacho que dice que se llama Mutual Self-Help Housing.
Un momentito. There is somebody made a comment to me about a program called Mutual Health Program. Thank you. So I would like us to be able to participate and take part on that program. Proceda.
Proceda.
Sí, o programas similares al Mutual Self-Help Housing, pues para ayudarnos a los residentes de bajos ingresos o muy bajos ingresos a adquirir nuestra casa y tengamos pues una oportunidad de tener nuestra casa.
Okay, ¿me espera? Okay, and then it could be that mutual self-help program, or it could also be something similar. So our community and our people can have a better opportunity that either acquire a home or a mutual home or better living conditions.
Proceda.
Sí, porque pues ahora los precios de las casas están muy altos que pues para nosotros es imposible. Lo vemos como un sueño adquirir una casa y pues estamos viviendo a veces 3 familias juntas en una sola casa, pues con tal de pagar un poco más barato.
Okay, me espera.
Y no tenemos nuestro
un momentito. Okay. And the reason for all of this is I would like to tell our people that there is a possibility that at some point we can have our own home or a home of our own family. Some of us have to live in circumstances in which there are 3 families in the same home so that we can live around the place where we can work.
Proceda.
Sí, pues esos eran mis 2 comentarios y quería agradecer pues por hacerme la llamada y escuchar nuestra voz de la gente latina, de las gentes que pues ganamos muy poco ingreso, muy bajo ingreso. Y pues sí tuve la oportunidad de ir a la reunión de Vista del Monte.
Okay, espera un momentito.
Enterarme más sobre este programa.
I also like to thank everybody for having given me the opportunity to express my 2 points. And I also want to tell them that I was grateful that I was able to assist one other meeting that she went to.
Proceda.
¿Proceda, señora?
Sí, pues esto es lo que quería comentar y pues agradecerle a todos. Muchas gracias.
This is what I wanted to be thankful and thank everybody for everything, and my 2 comments are in. Thank you.
Gracias, Marta.
Gracias.
Bye-bye.
Que estén bien. Bye.
Bettina Rosemario, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Bettina Rosmarino, and I'm on the board of Oswald Land Trust and the founder of Palm Springs Wildlife Advocates. I'm calling about 5C requests to change land use designation for 2 properties. The first is located near the Whitewater Preserve area and is an important ecosystem in our desert. Blow sand is not something that is talked about much, but it's incredibly important to species in this habitat and in this area. There's already a drastic reduction of blow sand because of the railroad and the 10 freeway. Massive developments will further cause a reduction of desert blow sand. The current land use designation for this area is protected desert. I'm very concerned that if this designation is changed, massive overdevelopment will occur, such as the fulfillment center that was going before the Planning Commission back in February. There was a large community outcry about that concrete behemoth because our desert community values our desert so intensely, and out-of-city and out-of-state developers rarely understand our passion. So please do not allow this land use change at the request of the owner of the property. Perhaps the owner would better consider selling this property to a conservation group. The second property that is of concern is the request from the tenant of Bel Air Greens to change the land use designation. This would be disastrous. Bel Air Greens is a cornerstone property right now for wildlife in our city. There are so many inhabitants who utilize it, including many birds of prey, coyotes, songbirds, rabbits, the Coachella Valley round-tailed ground squirrel, a state species of special concern, and there could even be Casey's June beetle in adjacent watch, which is a federally listed critically endangered species. Asphalt Land Trust is very interested buyer for this property and already has funding available, as Jane mentioned. If the land use designation is changed for the tenant, he has plans to do a massive development project. The community has rallied around important parcels before and would do so again to halt any development there. Please retain both of these land use designations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, there was a error in my part. Eric Scott Romney wanted to speak twice. One was to speak to the item that's on the agenda for new business, as well as an item for non-public comment, which was related to La Plaza Theater, a lease proposal, which he already provided, but this comment is going to be focused on the $50,000. Eric Scott Romney, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after making public comment at the June 24th City Council meeting, I'm very happy that the ball is rolling again in regards to the revival of the Plaza Theater. Since then, I have reached out to those spearheading the efforts to save the Plaza Theater, unfortunately yet without a response. That being said, I have to ask the City Council make sure the Commission's vision is clear. As the $50,000 is being asked for basic renovations, comply with any code violations in preparation of the Oasis Music Festival, to depend on a singular music festival to help further the fundraising efforts for greater renovations of the theater seems one-sided and still not enough. I believe, as well as others in this community, that out someone from the theatrical side on the commission, these good, not great ideas, like an evening discussion with Nancy Sinatra, and now this Oasis Music Festival, fundraising and the reason why becomes a visionless venture. To gain the support of the Palm Springs community, even those like Dorothy Klotz, who has her Palm Springs star in front of the theater, the vision must be clear. I would vote yes to use the $50,000 from the donation pool of the $164,000 already raised. But before any further money is granted to the commission, they do need a better plan. How does the rich history that led to the current standing of the Plaza Theater tie into these efforts made by the current commission? Thank you. My name is Eric Scott Romney, and thank you again for allowing me the privilege of your time, members.
Thank you.
Watch the burger.
Joan Taylor, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Joan Taylor here, Mayor, members of the council. I'll be representing Sierra Club and speaking to item 5C, general plan update. Regarding the I-10 site near Whitewater under consideration, it appears it may be partially within a conservation area under the Coachella Valley MSHCP. In our view, it's inappropriate and unwarranted to create an island of potential intense development in an area that would otherwise be open space desert. Vastly changing the general plan land use designation in this manner for a single site in the abstract may be a violation of CEQA, if not general plan case law. With regard to the Belle Isle Golf Course, Sierra Club supports retaining that area and returning it to natural open space, at least the majority of it, as part of the connective tissue of washes that preserve habitat corridors and multiple use trail amenities, and attractive open space relief for residents and tourists enjoying the unique amenities this city offers. I'm not sure how narrow the scope of 5C is, but And we want you to know that Sierra Club strongly requests the city change the land use designation and zoning of certain mountainous sites that are currently designated special policy areas. Most importantly, the special policy portion of Palm Hills should be designated open space mountain, 1 dwelling unit per 40 acres. To be consistent with other city mountainous area policies and the voters' express wishes for preservation of the site, as demonstrated by the resounding referendum of the erstwhile Palm Hills project. Also, the former Shadow Rock site has been acquired for preservation and should be designated as conservation with no dwelling units. Taking off my Sierra Club hat for a moment and speaking as a longtime resident of Palm Springs, I'd like to add with regard to the Whitewater property that such intense development at the site would be an unfortunate entry to the city, especially when there are better sites in already industrialized areas to the east and west. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mindy Reed, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. First, I wanted to say thank you to the mayor, city council, and all city staff for getting the parklets so quickly for us last year when we had the shutdown. I don't think you guys have any idea how many businesses that you saved and the impact that you had. I have sent you an email with some information in it, and I just want to express that I have major concerns about us staying fully open and what is going to happen with this next surge that seems to be coming. And I would like to request that the city consider waiting a little bit to make decisions before we start tearing parklets down and replacing them and have additional expenses. We did a great job in Palm Springs protecting the vulnerable older people and other populations, and now's not the time to stop doing that. And we need to remember that our younger population, children, are now at risk, and they should be protected as well. So thank you very much, and please read my email and consider, even if you do open arenas, that I was promised space on arenas for my parklet where the loading dock is, and that should be reconsidered if you are going to actually open arenas. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that does conclude public comment. We have tried to reach David Lighty, Harold Matzner, and Jerry Keller 5 times each with no response.
Thank you, City Clerk. First, before we go to City Council Subcommittee and City Manager's reports and comments, I have a request for City Council to amend the order of the agenda. I apologize, I didn't raise this before. We have Councilmember Sabby Jonathan from the City of Palm Desert waiting on the line to address item 5B, which is the Priority 1 Coachella Valley request for sponsorship funding. So I request that the City Council add that to the agenda, or move it from 5B to after the consent calendar and before the public hearing items. We can do that by consensus right now, unless I hear any objections to that. Seeing none, we will consider item 5B after the consent calendar. Thank you. So the next item is City Council and City Manager comments and reports. City Manager, do you have anything at this time?
Sure. I'd just like to point out a couple of the items that are on consent that I think are of interest to the community. One is nearly $5.8 million being spent for road repair, which is always a high priority of our neighbors. So just excited to see that program continue. And also want to point out that there's also approval of construction of 2 restroom facilities at Demuth and James O'Jesse, which is also funded by numerous sources, including Measure J. So that's our tax dollars hard at work for community amenities.
Great news. Thank you so much. Do council members have reports and comments at this time? Councilmember Kors, do you have any reports or comments? I'm not seeing any from any council members. We know we have a very long agenda and a long night. Okay, so the next item is the consent calendar. So I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without the following items removed for separate discussion. That is items 1E and 1U. And then noting that item 1K has been pulled entirely from the consent calendar. So can I have a motion to accept the consent calendar without those items removed?
So moved.
I'll second. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item on the consent calendar that was pulled for separate discussion is item 1E, as an elephant, approve agreement for loan of public art with Serge Atuque Kaladi Simcor, I'm sorry for probably mispronouncing that, for the Wishing Well sculpture at James O'Jessy Desert Highland Unity Center. There's a recommendation to approve an agreement for a loan of public art. Councilmember Woods pulled this item. Councilmember Woods?
Yes, this is about renting art that we want to put into the James O'Jessy section. I'm fully in support of that. I think that's fantastic. I just want to know both this and the sculpture that is on Crescendo, what it would take to actually purchase it versus lease it. I think one of the charges of the Arts Commission is to actually purchase visual arts, and I would just like to know what the difference is, and maybe it's worth the process of going through and purchasing this art versus leasing or renting this art.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, the council member, a lot of commissions. The Wishing Well piece is actually meant to be a temporary sculpture. So I think it would be difficult to purchase it as it is going through, you know, different phases of decomposing. So we really haven't had that conversation with the artist about that, but we can engage in that. The Public Arts Commissions simply requested to extend the time frame that it was available for view at the James O'Jessy Center.
And just thank you very much, and that's great. If you know, art can disintegrate, and many times does disintegrate, and doesn't, especially if it's outside. So if that's not an option, but I know that the totem in Crescendo is actually designed and developed for outside, and that might be an excellent opportunity to purchase a piece of art.
Yes, I think the city's plans for the land would also have to be taken into consideration, but that's not too restrictive. In that case, we can have that discussion with the artist to look into that. But again, this is a case where the Arts Commission was simply asking to have a sign there for an additional amount of time.
With that, I guess I'll move the item to rent or lease the piece of art in the Jesse O. James Community Center.
Thank you. I'll second that motion. We have a roll call vote, please, to approve the agreement.
Councilmember Woods. Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item that was pulled for separate discussion from the consent calendar is item 1U, approval of Public Arts Commission proposed projects and expenditures. There's a staff recommendation to approve Public Arts Commission projects and expenditures at an estimated cost of $25,650 from the Public Arts Fund. Councilmember Woods pulled this item as well.
Again, this is about installing public art throughout the city of Palm Springs, which I'm totally in support of. And it's also about developing some signage and also doing some temporary art in windows. I have expressed before, and I'll express again, I'm not in favor of putting temporary art in window displays of particular businesses. I would be in support of the permanent art that's being bought, called the installation of the TOT sculpture. But the window displays, I guess I have two things about that. One is, I'm just curious, one of the window displays, at least one of them, is already installed. How did that happen?
Which one are you referring to, Councilman?
The one at Angel View is already installed.
Right. In this case, it would be a reimbursement, and if not approved, it would not be reimbursed.
But how did that happen?
I believe it would have been the artist and the property owner agreeing to put the artwork on the window.
So it was no involvement of the Public Arts Commission at that point. So the property owner decided basically that they would like to have this type of public art in their windows.
That's very possible. However, I am not aware of all the circumstances as to how it was put into place.
Okay. A question for our Community Development Director, for Director Flynn Fag. We have a sign ordinance that limits the amount of signs that you can put in a window of any particular business. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is the purpose of that?
The purpose is to limit the amount of signage in terms of the visual appearance of the business. Also, there are certain safety aspects in terms of having visibility into the business, visibility out, in order to achieve certain crime prevention through environmental design principles. So there's a number of reasons why we have restrictions on the amount of signage in windows.
And it's about the amount of coverage that covers the windows, correct?
Correct. It's limited typically by square footage and the amount of the window space.
And so there's an aesthetic value as well as a safety value of limiting what that might be. I know when we were in the pandemic, we worked with the Public Arts Commission to look at dressing up windows, but we limited the amount of windows that we actually wanted painted. And we had actually requested that maybe the Public Arts Commission look at window displays, which would be three-dimensional, or you could look through the window and look in. And that was a direction we've given them quite some time ago. So I am in support of this item, but I'm not in support of the window activations that is proposed. And I would like the signage that they're proposing re-looked at as well. The signage, if you look in the staff report, is very cluttered. And I don't think it really represents the branding of Palm Springs. If you go to a city like Beverly Hills, the branding is very succinct and notable. This is just a aluminum sign that's put up with a lot of verbiage. This verbiage is intended to be put in one case in a public right-of-way, which you could not read driving by, which means you'd have to walk into the public right-of-way. I think there's a safety element with that. So I'm not opposed to signs. I'm just opposed to the type of sign that was brought to us in the staff report. So I would move it with a change to the signage and then not having the temporary art window activation.
Thank you, council member. If I may, there is a correction to the amount for the signage we're discussing. In the staff report on page 2, it indicates the total cost is $650. It is actually $1,056.90 because one of the items was left off, and that would be the signage for the Clotie signage, the James O. Jesse Park, and the signage for the horses that are in the median right-of-way.
Thank you for that correction. Anything else, Councilmember Woods?
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there is a motion, you just made a motion, correct?
Yes, I made a motion to move forward with the signage, with just brand it a little bit better, relook at it, and the TOT sculpture that is proposed as well.
And excluding the temporary art window activation, correct?
And excluding the temporary art window activation.
Okay, so there's a motion. So is there a second to that motion before we move to discussion?
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I think we keep deferring projects in terms of public art, and it's my opinion that we have the Arts Commission in order to decide what moves forward, and that they should be able to spend the money the way that they want to. I understand that there's this issue about our ordinance, but I would at least like some clarity in terms of if the Arts Commission is moving forward with something and it's not allowed in our ordinances, that someone is telling them that ahead of time, because now we have all this beautiful work that they've done and we're maybe telling them that they can't do it, which just is frustrating for everyone involved. So if it's really something that they can't do, then they should be told by staff that they are not allowed to do that. Or maybe we need to amend the ordinance. I mean, personally, I think it all looks beautiful and would love to see it up. But I'm fine deferring for now to get some clarity on this, since it's, we've been discussing it several times already.
Thank you. I agree. So the staff report says we initially considered this May 27th. I know there was some information that we were waiting on that is included in the staff report, like advice from the city attorney. But I would like to see the Arts Commission have a longer leash with the Public Arts Commission work, because I think when it comes to city council, it can be political, and it just should, art is for the public, and we want to see these get up. They're temporary installations. As someone who's been on the business retention subcommittee for 4 years, we constantly talk about vacant storefronts and windows, and I like this solution. So I'm okay with the motion to have a broader conversation, but I would like to see us amend the ordinance to allow these types of projects, or at least have that discussion with the full city council. So I agree, it's frustrating. We want to have them move forward on the projects that they're working on and not stall it for too long. So with that, are there any final comments? Councilmember Coors?
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with your points and Councilmember Garner's points on we want to give them flexibility and make sure we're clear on the rules up front. And I agree on vacant windows we've talked about. My only concern is how we pick which open businesses get the benefit of this versus others, and just a better understanding, which I think I asked for last time as well. And I would appreciate making sure we get that information.
Thank you. I agree. I think that's a really good point, and we've seen that with other programs that we've done with businesses. So thank you for that comment. If staff could incorporate that, and we'll have a full discussion when we bring this back. So there's a motion and a second. If we can have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Woods. Yes. Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Mayor Holstitch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, and I apologize. It sounds like I misunderstood staff's request, which was to pull item 1K for separate discussion, not to remove it from the agenda. So I apologize on that. So we will then consider item 1K, award of a construction contract to Upright Construction, a California corporation, in the amount of $163,425 for the demolition of the Tova Hotel, City Project number 21-09. There's a staff recommendation to award a construction contract in that amount. City staff, if you have a staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As you've identified, this is a proposed award of a construction contract for the demolition of the Tova Hotel. After the agenda was posted, the city received a bid protest from the second low bidder, and staff in the city attorney's office have reviewed that protest, and we believe that it is with merit. The basis of the protest is that the low bidder, Upright Construction, did not list their local business outreach efforts in their bid documents. And so we have today notified Upright of that determination. Because of the city's appeal process, Upright still has several days to appeal that determination, but because of the time sensitivity of this issue and the summer recess, staff would ask that the city council delegate the authority to the city manager to award the contract to the contractor who's determined to be the lowest bidder following the city's administrative process. Again, we believe that would be the second low bidder, Resource Environmental, but that process still needs to play out. So that would be staff's recommendation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from council members? Is there a motion to approve staff's recommendation?
So move.
I'll second.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. If we can have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Holstage.
Yes.
And Madam Mayor, motion passes 5-0. I did find out that David Lighty, who was for public comment, we had a number transposed. So if we could open that back up for his comments.
Thank you. Yes, please, City Clerk. So we'll move back to public comment with the number that we missed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, David Lighty, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to speak related to 5C, the draft housing element. Item 1, I wanted to object to the requested change in zoning for the Whitewater I-10 area from desert to, and number 2, I object to the requested change in zoning for Bel Air Greens from open space to low density residential. I live in Los Compadres, and it has been wonderful to watch nature reestablish herself after the 9-hole golf course closed several years ago. Oswald Land Trust has been negotiating with the owner to buy this land and turn it into a desert preserve. It should be noted that this request in zoning is coming from a leaseholder of the land and not from the owners. Oswald Land Trust has been working with UC Riverside Botanist to develop an action plan to turn this blighted area into a beautiful area where residents of all ages and abilities can walk, hike, and bike and admire many species of birds, animals, and plants. This area also has wetlands behind the building and has parts of the property that are or originally were part of the Tockwitz Creek floodplain. Please deny this change in zoning and leave this as open space for future generations to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. And City Clerk, if you could please detail for the public the process if they've been left out inadvertently, how to contact the City Clerk's office.
Absolutely. If somebody has missed, they can email cityclerk@palmspringsca.gov. I'm still actively monitoring the email, so I'll receive it, and you can send me your corrected phone number if we had that mistaken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item is item 5B, which has been moved up in the agenda. Priority 1, Coachella Valley request for sponsorship funding. If we could have a staff report, please. And I believe that we have Council Member Sabby Jonathan from the City of Palm Desert joining us to add to this request and detail the staff report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Ultimately, we've been approached by members of this organization seeking financial support for an initiative to locate a 4-year university in Palm Desert, which has the benefit of providing educational opportunities for the entire region. So I do think, given that we have a representative of that effort with us, it would be best to turn it over and hear some of the additional details from him.
Thank you. Give us a minute while he joins us. Good evening, Councilmember Jonathan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much, Mayor Holstage, and distinguished council members and esteemed city manager and staff. I missed a little bit of the audio. Did you want me to get started with essentially the staff report, or is this staff's turn?
Yes, please. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Well, listen, thank you so much for this opportunity to share some perspective on this issue, and thank you as well for moving me up on the agenda so I can get to sleep at my usual bedtime. I appreciate it. I will take a quick moment to say that I've had the pleasure and honor of working together with several of the council members from Palm Springs on regional issues, and I so admire your dedication and your passion for always doing what is best for your residents in the entire Coachella Valley. So thank you for that as well. Okay, priority 1, Coachella Valley. By way of a brief background, $1 million under contract in exchange for help. To fast forward, the city of Palm Desert ended up donating 170 acres valued at about $200 million under contract in exchange for having a standalone campus. And here we are a quarter of a century later, still waiting for that standalone campus. We do have a satellite campus, and it partially accomplishes the goals that we set forth, but it's not enough. What happened recently, several years ago, just a few years ago, Stockton was named as the next location, and it caught a lot of people by surprise. So that selection was backed off on, and the governor instead initiated a study using the result was to name 5 cities that had potential for a standalone campus, and it turned out that Palm Desert and Stockton were pretty much the top 2. The result of that was kind of an awakening, if you will, and we realized that maybe our contract with Cal State University was not going to be enough to get us that standalone campus, and we realized that we needed to frankly, influence the decision makers in Sacramento. Hence, we formed Priority One Coachella Valley, which is a 501c4 organization that enables us to exercise that influence to the best of our abilities. The primary initiative right now is very simply to secure a 4-year standalone campus in the Coachella Valley. We started with a 7-member board, which is diverse and represents a wide cross-section of the Coachella Valley. And in addition to that, we have an advisory panel that is even more inclusive and diverse and represents all the partners and stakeholders and interested parties on this issue. As we stand here now, there has been $4 billion allocated in the current budget in Sacramento towards higher education. $2 billion, and that's with a B of that, is allocated towards facilities. I want to touch for a brief moment about the primary reasons for having a standalone campus, because I want to make sure we're all aware of why this is so important to all of us. Of course, there's economic reasons. It'll create jobs. It'll diversify the economic base away from hospitality, which is so important, as we found out through COVID for all of us. It'll attract high wage-paying jobs and industries, and it'll support the current economy by supplying qualified employees. But here's more compelling reasons, at least more compelling in my mind. We are isolated here in the Coachella Valley compared to other locations being considered. In fact, the closest 4-year campus to the Coachella Valley is 61 miles away. That's a 1.5-hour drive, more in the far reaches of the Coachella Valley as we look to the Salton Sea and surrounding communities. That just makes a 4-year education a non-starter, just undoable for so many of our residents. Poverty levels and cultural issues that prevent students from many parts of the valley from pursuing a college education. There was a 2018 article in the LA Times that indicated nearly 40% of the population in the eastern end of the Coachella Valley is in poverty, more than twice the state's rate. And that has increased since 2018, by the way. And then the other reason for the Coachella Valley is we've got the land. We're shovel ready. We don't just have land. We have a campus, a thriving campus that wants and needs more space. So we're really looking at an expansion and a conversion, not the creation of a new campus. And that I think makes us very much a prime candidate. And finally, the need. Why are we here before you tonight? As I said, the governor is looking at potentially $2 billion for educational facilities, higher education. Assemblyman Garcia and Assemblyman Mays both submitted letters of request for $101,500,000 to the legislative leadership and the budget committee to support these expansion efforts leading to a standalone campus. Sacramento will be on break until August 16th. The budget will be passed September 10th. We're coming up to a very, very critical point right now. It's a window of opportunity for us to influence the decision makers that will say yay or nay to the $101,500,000 that has been requested. We need to ensure that the answer is yes. I don't want to be a doomsayer, but I think if the answer is no, it'll be a long time before a standalone campus or this type of expansion is even considered. But the window of opportunity is now. We need additional funding at Priority 1 Coachella Valley to do the work that we need to do. And that is why I am before you and why we have made this appeal to all the cities in the Coachella Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Jonathan, and thank you for your leadership in this effort and your city's vision for creating this opportunity for our entire valley. I know our students very much appreciate it, as well as your city partners like the City of Palm Springs. Are there any questions for Councilmember Jonathan from council members? I see Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Right. Councilmember Jonathan, welcome, and it's a pleasure to be working with you again. I echo the comments of the mayor, congratulating you and the City of Palm Desert for the leadership that you've taken on this. This is, we all know, is a regional effort. Can you describe for us the level of support that is being requested of other cities in the Coachella Valley and their commitment to fulfill that pledge?
I can, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you. It's good to see you again as well. The initial ask from each city was $25,000. That level of funding apparently requires a more thorough process, and we're in a bit of a time crunch. So we lowered our ask very candidly to $5,000 from each city, which will at least get us through the September 10th budget. I think more, very candidly and very selfishly, the more the better, especially if Palm Springs makes a strong statement and takes a strong stand. That will help us set that bar. But, I'm not in a position to understand your budgetary constraints. You are. And so whatever amount of financial support you can give would be very, very much appreciated. It's important for us to show that this is a valley-wide effort, and the best way to demonstrate that is through the financial investment of all 9 cities. So far, as to the second part of your question, the City of Palm Desert has contributed $150,000. The City of Cathedral City has contributed $2,500. We have $40,000 from the Greater Palm Springs Convention and Visitors Bureau. And we have $5,000 from Sunrise Company and $5,000 from Burtech, as well as a $1,000 donation from an individual. So that's around $203,500. We have pending requests from the other cities, and there's been a lot of this, we're in, but we want to see what the other cities are doing. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg kind of situation, and I think the more cities we have that make that commitment, the more momentum we'll have with the other cities. And we've expressed to them that there is some sense of urgency here.
Thank you, Councilmember Jonathan. And I know that Priority 1 Coachella Valley is also making a request from the public to contribute to these efforts. Is that right? Could you detail that for people who are listening about how they may be able to contribute if they want to assist in this effort?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That is absolutely correct. We have actually an extremely active and professionally managed social media outreach program. We've received some amazing testimonials that are on video and other input, and financial support as far as individuals. Listen, $1 and up, it shows that you care. And so we will gladly accept financial donations from the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that the website to do that is www.priority1cv.org, and people can sign a petition and contribute there. Is that right?
It is. That petition is very important. It takes literally 10 seconds to do that. And if you're interested on what's going on, and if you want more detail about Priority 1 Coachella Valley and a standalone campus in the Coachella Valley, you will find it there.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Kors has his hand raised.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and welcome, Councilmember Jonathan.
Thank you.
So I want to echo, really appreciate all the work that you and Palm Desert are doing on this. The mayor and I are on the advisory committee and really appreciate the efforts. I do want to see the city contribute regardless of what the other cities do. I think that this is such a high priority for people growing up here, but also people coming here and staying here, and just to have a standalone campus is really a game changer. for so many reasons. And one of the things I think we could do better as a region is lobbying. Because we're 9 smaller cities, even though we're bigger than some of the group of 13, they get a disproportionate share of the resources because they have the ability to have that say in Sacramento that we haven't. So I think this is a really smart effort, and I will support us funding this. And I would, though, welcome if you could just briefly share the other things we as a city can do and how we can help get people to send the emails, the letters, what's needed. And I would hope I will include in any motion that we take an active role in publicizing this effort through our social media channels and our email channels, because being chair of the CDB, when we discuss this and the need to get more people to weigh in is really important right now. We need to show the community support as well as the city support. So can you just briefly share how people can do that so we can then do that?
Absolutely. And thank you for that. So really, one of the most impactful things that can be done right now is to reach out to our representatives in Sacramento and let them know that this is important to you as a constituent, whether that's Assemblymember Mays or Garcia or our state senators or directly to the governor. So that's number one. And if anybody has any kind of special influence with those folks, that is certainly very, very much appreciated. In terms of the general public, the best thing that they can do is to go onto that website, sign the petition, and then spread the word on social media that there's this window of opportunity. There's going to be a decision made. It's likely that one of those 5 cities, with $2 billion specifically earmarked for higher education facilities, there's never been a better moment for success, for having the next Cal State University independent campus in the state of California. So, spread the word and let's take advantage of this window of opportunity. Thank you.
Great. So I would make a motion, and I'm happy if you come back for more later, but that we contribute $10,000 to this effort and that we also do whatever we can to publicize for people to both donate, but to sign the petition through our communications channels.
Thank you. I'd like to second that motion. I think this is one of the most important economic development investments we could possibly make, and it's a very large return on investment if we get a 4-year college for our students who are as Councilmember Jonathan said, the most geographically remote and isolated from another 4-year campus than any other students in the entire state of California. And we all know too many of those personal stories of students who just, could not make it out of the Coachella Valley and could not make it to a 4-year university to get a good paying career. So I think this is so desperately needed, and really applaud Councilmember Jonathan, his efforts, and the entire board's efforts and advisory council's efforts on this. It's incredibly important. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from council members? Councilmember Woods.
Thank you, my colleagues. Thank you, Councilmember Jonathan. I appreciate your efforts as well, and I echo everything that has been said so far. I think a lobbying effort in Sacramento is an important component of this, and I understand the urgency of it, especially now with some funding being available. I would just ask that we maintain a great communication as to the progress it's going through, so that if we need to kind of add our lobbying efforts in, that we can. And I also would ask, I believe COD was looking at a 4-year architectural thing, and that we consider College of the Desert as well in the lobbying efforts.
Thank you. Any other comments from council members? Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, thank you. I second the comments that have already been made. But one of the things that we know about students in the Coachella Valley that enter in particular the College of the Desert, for so many of them, they are living at home and they are the first in their families to attend college. Completing the campus in Palm Desert is absolutely essential to providing the kind of economic growth opportunities that allow individuals to, from one generation to another, to prosper and grow. So I think this $10,000 commitment that we're making in Palm Springs is a good first step. But I hope that as we move forward, we get challenged by some of our neighbors to do even better. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, there is a motion on the floor and a second, so if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Jonathan. Have a great evening.
Thank you so very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is item 2A, a request for City Council review of an action taken by the Planning Commission to approve a conditional use permit application by King's Garden for expansion of a cannabis cultivation facility and associated warehouse located at 63-795 19th Avenue. If we can have a staff report, please.
Madam Mayor and members of council, this item is being brought forward to you at council member request. The application is for a conditional use permit for a cannabis cultivation facility in the Cannabis Overlay Zone, which is north of the I-10 freeway and just west of Indian Canyon. The facility is being expanded. There's an existing 38,000 square foot cultivation building on the site. The applicant proposes to add 2 new buildings that would total about 170,000 square feet. Bringing the overall square footage of the facility to about 212,000 square feet. And then they're also proposing to add a 5,600 square foot storage building there on the site. As this is in the overlay zone, and these are also considered to be agricultural facilities, they have been processed in terms of the architectural application at a staff level in accordance with the city's zoning code. The application under consideration tonight is just the conditional use permit for cannabis cultivation. In terms of the site plan, this is located at the intersection of 19th Avenue and Newhall. There is the existing building on the site. Let's see if I can just show you right here. This is the existing building of about 38,000 square feet. 2 new buildings, one here, 2 stories in height, and then a second building here, also 2 stories of about 87,000 square feet each, and then a smaller storage building here adjacent to the existing building. In terms of the floor plans for the new buildings, it will feature cultivation on both floors of the building. There will also be a nursery room and some drying rooms and other facilities within those buildings. In terms of the review of this by city staff, there was an odor control plan that was submitted to staff. The city's consultant reviewed that and approved it without requiring any revisions to the proposed systems and construction of the building. The security plan has also been reviewed and approved by staff. The Planning Commission considered this at their meeting of June the 23rd. There was lengthy discussion about the facility, primarily focusing on whether or not the Planning Commission could require solar panels on the building to help make up for the amount of power that would be required to power the facility. At the direction of the city attorney, they did not include those conditions of approval. However, they did add conditions to this approval. Number 1, that the facility be reviewed by the Sustainability Commission. Number 2, an increase in the wall height of the new buildings to screen the mechanical equipment on the roof. Number 3 was to enhance the landscaping along Newhall, along the west side of the property. And then a strong recommendation from the Planning Commission to consider the use of solar to help offset the energy demand for the facility. The vote was not unanimous. There were 2 members of the commission who voted against the application. But again, the application was approved by the Planning Commission. That concludes my presentation to you. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions. The applicant is also available and will be providing a presentation under public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Garner. It looked like you were turning on your mic. Would you like to speak first?
I do have, I guess, a few clarification questions for staff, and then probably more discussion later. If the city attorney, if you can just clarify a little bit about what it is that we can move forward with on this project. For instance, this applicant still has pending odor control issues at the current location. That's, I think, on Anza. So can we do something to require them to fix those odor issues before moving on to a new project?
The short answer, Councilmember Garner, is yes. This is a conditional use permit, and it's tied in large part to the existing facility, which, as the council is aware, staff has been working with the applicant for the better part of the last year to deal with the odor control issues. And so the council has discretion under the CUP process to impose conditions to address those odor control issues, whether it's timing of the current application tied to the odor control plan for the existing facility. In addition to the CUP process, the city council has before it the CEQA document, which is a mitigated negative declaration. And so the city has discretion under CEQA to require further studies if the council is concerned about odor issues with the new process or the new project. So in short, the council has broad discretion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Woods.
Also a question for the city attorney. As I heard in the presentation, we cannot dictate that the applicant put solar on. We can request that they put solar on. Can we dictate that they use green or renewable power? You know?
I think given our involvement in DCE, there may be some limitations in directly requiring that. But again, as I mentioned in answer to Councilmember Garner's question, I think under CEQA, if the council is concerned about energy use or greenhouse gases, you can direct staff to conduct further studies and pending the outcome of this decision before you tonight.
Other questions for city staff before we open the public hearing? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you. In terms of odor control and odor issues, in the location north of the freeway, what has been the complaints that have been received regarding odors at that facility?
I'm not aware of any complaints at this particular facility, nor am I aware in general of complaints from the facilities north of the freeway. The complaints that we've received have primarily been here closer to the center of Palm Springs. Right. Councilmember Garner has already identified the facility on Anza as one where the city has had complaints, and we are undergoing work with the applicant to try and resolve those issues. But north of the freeway, no, generally we have not had complaints.
Has the applicant indicated that they would move any of the existing operations that are in the Desert Highland neighborhood where there have been issues to the new facility north of the freeway were that to be approved?
I'm not aware of any plans to move their operations from the Anza facility. Perhaps we could have the applicant address that question when under public comment when they speak.
Okay, I will be asking the applicant that. Clearly, new construction is much easier to control for odor than rehabilitating, retrofitting existing facilities. For the city attorney, would we have the authority to condition approval on a relocation of some or all of the existing facility and work?
I think that would probably be a bit more challenging to do.
All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Coors.
Great, thank you. Most of my questions have been asked, but I do want to follow up on the issue that Councilmember Garner raised. My understanding is we weren't renewing their permit on ANZA because they still were not in compliance for quite some time with their odor control plan. And we're now 7 or 8 months after they said they would get right on it, and it hasn't happened. So is there anything that's reason we're allowing them to remain open while they're continuing to violate our laws at the ANZA location?
Councilmember Coors, as I mentioned, we have been working with the applicant for some time on that location, and they have submitted plans over the last few weeks. City staff has indicated that we believe that those plans should be returned to the applicant within the next week or so, and the applicant has indicated that they anticipate getting that work done within 3 to 4 months. That's certainly not as quick as we would have hoped when we started that process last year. But the answer to your question is no, there's certainly no legal reason why we couldn't do that.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned when it was agreed to the end of last year. We're now in July before they submitted plans to do what the odor control is required. So, but thank you for that, and I'll save my comments for later.
Thank you. I have a question about the draft study for the mitigated negative declaration. So I'm not sure if city staff can answer that now or at the end after the public hearing is open and closed with public comment. But I know it's a very lengthy document for the public. So, and we just had lots of public comment on other environmental issues that might be related. So could you just detail for us and for even the Planning Commission who cared about the emissions of this project and the energy usage, why a mitigated negative declaration is appropriate here, and what some of those findings were related to those issues, please?
Madam Mayor, if you'd maybe give us a few moments to summarize those. And so after the public comment, I'll come back and give you an overview of the mitigated negative declaration.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for staff before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Woods.
I would just like to get clarity on Councilmember Coors' comment. Are we referring to the location, the ANZA location, that they're not in compliance? Okay, I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
I heard an affirmative yes. That I think wasn't audible on the mic. Okay, any other questions? So at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes for their testimony, and the public is invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. City Clerk, if you could please begin.
The applicant will be joining us via Zoom.
From the ANZA location. Okay, I just want to clarify.
Good evening, welcome. If you could please mute your audio where you're listening to the meeting because we're a few minutes ahead of you, a minute or two. So welcome, you're here live with the full City Council. We have opened the public hearing and the applicant has 5 minutes to provide their testimony. If you could please begin.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. My name is Steve Keel. I'm legal counsel for the applicant, and I have some brief comments on some of the legal issues affecting this resolution that I'd like to address. First, in preparing for this hearing, I reviewed the video from the June 23rd Planning Commission hearing, where the Planning Commission voted to approve the conditional use permit at issue. I independently researched and reviewed the applicable law on the issue of whether the city can legally compel the use of solar panels or green energy at this project, and I reached the same conclusion as the city attorney at the Planning Commission hearing that the city cannot legally mandate the installation of solar panels or the use of green energy at this site as a condition of approval of the CUP. Doing so would amount to a policy change, and the city would need to go through the proper avenues to implement that change. We agree with the city attorney that the city does not currently have a solar policy in place with respect to commercial and industrial uses. And as a result, the city cannot compel Kings Garden to install solar at the site. Accordingly, the City Council should approve the CUP in line with the Planning Commission's approval and recommendation of staff. While Kings Garden has been and will continue to be a good corporate citizen, creating a substantial number of jobs, paying a significant amount of taxes, and taking its corporate responsibility seriously, the use of solar panels at this project is simply not feasible. That said, Kings Garden has invested and will continue to invest heavily in sustainability measures at all of its facilities. And getting to other facilities, I'm going to turn it over to Gary LaSalle, who's Kings Garden's VP of Operations, and I think he can clarify a number of important misconceptions regarding some of the odor issues and issues raised during your question.
Good evening. Yeah, as Steve said, I'm Gary LaSalle. I'm Vice President of Operations for Kings Garden. I want to touch briefly on the odor control issue over at our other facility at 3535 Anza. We have been working diligently with city staff and have appraised them of all of our continued efforts on that project. We did turn in our original set of plans on May 23rd to expedite this project. We received plan check corrections not back until June 23rd. I did get a call this afternoon from the building department that the permit will be ready for us by Wednesday of next week. As we have said all along, once that permit is in our hands, we will start immediately on this project. It will take 3 to 4 months. It will be done while we are operational. And we'll get it done as soon as we possibly can. This is not our only facility in Palm Springs. We have opened up 3 others since then in 2017, 18, and 19. At not one time have we received a complaint on any of those facilities, and we haven't received a complaint on this particular facility in 7 to 8 months. Needless to say, we have agreed to go ahead and upgrade this with new odor control equipment and HVAC equipment per the recommendations of the city's odor control consultant. We feel that this is going to remedy the situation over there. It's going to be all of the latest state-of-the-art equipment. Again, this building was built in the 80s. Everything that we put into this building at the time was approved by the city and met all of the city's odor control requirements. On 2 separate occasions, we met with the odor control consultant on site. We continue to do upgrades on that to remedy the problem. We have not been just sitting back and letting this thing drag on. We have done everything that we can to help mitigate any of these odor control issues. So with that being said, this project being tied into our new project, I don't think is very should be tied in together, being the fact that we are continuously upgrading our this particular facility, as well as not having complaints on any of our other ones. This new facility has been approved by the city's odor control consultant. We work very closely together. It again does have all the latest and greatest state-of-the-art equipment. And there's really not much left to be said on that, other than the city has been made aware of for some time where we stand on this existing project. As far as the solar goes, as I have promised in the Planning Commission CUP approval, that I would entertain and look into the potential of solar. Again, I did look into it based on the power usage that we utilize at that project and the space that is
Mr. LaSalle?
available to us on the
Mr. LaSalle, your time is
sorry.
over. However, you will have an opportunity for a 2-minute rebuttal after the public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any public comments in this item?
There is one public comment, and I'll reach her right now.
Thank you.
Kathy Wormick, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Wormick, and I chair the Palm Springs Planning Commission. I just wanted to bring to the council's attention a few items that came up during the hearing that somehow got left out of the minutes. During the hearing, it was asked if this was the same operator who had the violations at 401 Radio Road that had 90% of the odor complaints that had been filed with the city and had impacted the Desert Highlands neighborhood. We were told yes, that it was, but that we had no ability, even though it was a discretionary permit, to take action regarding those violations on this permit. And I just wanted to make it clear that our attorney at the Planning Commission had told us that. Later, we asked about the odor plans at the Anza facility, and the concern we had was that we were told that the improvements, which were then being approved, were going to be done while the applicant was fully operational. And the concern I had is that community in Desert Highlands has suffered under the odor issues for years, and there's no action that was taken to either close them down or allow us any discretion in looking at the CUP. Thank you so much for the chance to speak with you.
Kathy? Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment. I do want to note that Kathy Wormick did want to let you know that she's available for questions for item 2B if you need her.
Thank you. So now the applicant, you will have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you choose to use it. You can go ahead and
Hi there. I'd
proceed.
just like to thank you. I'm just going to continue on with the solar. Basically, as I was stating, that we, as promised, we looked into it based on the availability of space located on our site. A system to generate maybe 1% at most of our utility offset. It's just not a feasible. Unfortunately, it's just not a feasible item that we could actually implement on this project. Steve?
Yeah, I just want to address the public comment. My understanding is that facility mentioned on Radio Road, I've represented Kings Garden for a number of years. I've never heard that name. I believe that was some sort of illegal grow operation unaffiliated with Kings Garden. I'm sure Gary can confirm that, being the VP of operations, but it's very important to confirm that, because that is something I have not heard about. Gary, is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding. 401 Radio Road is not our facility. I believe that was an illegal grow operation.
Thank you. Is that the end of your comments for rebuttal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Michael King. I am the CEO of Kings Garden. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for all of your efforts and the city staff's efforts. We're very excited about this project for a multitude of reasons. Most importantly, we will have the ability to give 40 more jobs to the residents of Palm Springs. We currently employ just under 200 people and are very proud of that. We take all of our operations and, of course, any nuisances which we may cause very seriously. For that reason, ever since this was brought to our attention, we spend significant resources in making sure that we update all of our HVAC systems. We spend a good amount of money, and we have not had a single complaint since then. Regardless, we are spending an additional $750,000 on the new system, and we will begin all work immediately. As Gary mentioned,
Sir?
we have opened.
Sir, your time is concluded. However, please stay on the line. The council will certainly have questions for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers, City Clerk?
No, that concludes the public hearing.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from council members? Councilmember Garner.
My concern here is the odor at the current location that's already operating. I think that our planning commissioning chair misspoke, but we're all talking about the same property over there on Anza. I know as long as I've been involved with odor issues in the city of Palm Springs, they have been a problem. I personally live nearby the facility and smell the odors regularly. There have been weeks when it was every day. There's been times when I have called in multiple times. I have spoken to the residents and the businesses around there, and they also confirm that it is a regular issue. So I think one thing that I know is very clear from the residents in the area is that they have been very tired of calling in about odor complaints for years at this point. We have personally dealt with this issue on the city council for over a year as well. And at this point, it needs to be done. And we have really delayed addressing it more strictly. So now we have an applicant coming forward for the expansion. The expansion is in our green overlay zone, which is fantastic. I'm glad that you've done that and that we required that of new buildings, but that still doesn't address the issue that we have had that's ongoing for, as I've said, years, that I can personally attest to. So I would like to see that that's resolved before anything moves forward with this project. I hope that the applicant is, accurate, that this will be done in a few months, and if so, then you won't be delayed very long. But I have no issue with approving the project as long as basically it's delayed until we have confirmed that the current odor issues are under control and are no longer a nuisance to the neighborhood.
Thank you. Other council members? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I have also attended neighborhood meetings up in the Desert Highland. It goes back a couple of years, but I remember one in particular when I was invited very politely and sometimes very forcefully to go visit the sites on Radio Road and Anza for myself, and I did that evening. You didn't need to open the window and you didn't need to get out of the car to feel the effects. So I think it's very positive that construction is being planned for north of the freeway. That area is where these facilities belong. So I'm going to second Councilmember Garner that we need to address the odor issues that are next to the Desert Highland neighborhood. This has gone on for far too long. I am pleased to hear the contractor committing to addressing that within a few months. The proof will be the reaction of the people who live in the neighborhood.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I could recommend, could we place the applicant into the waiting room while council is in deliberations? And please, we will return to you if the council has questions. And I'm sorry, sir, this is council deliberations. There's not a back and forth.
Thank you. Other council member comments? And then if you do have questions for the applicant or others, we can bring them back. Other comments? Councilmember Kors.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So I want to echo the comments of Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and Councilmember Garner. I just find it really disturbing that after years of trying to get them to follow the odor control plan, quite some time, they only agreed when they were told their permit would not be renewed for this year. And then, you know, we're 7 months in and we're still in the same situation. That said, that's been covered. I do want to raise, I don't think the analysis really provided enough on the environmental impacts of this facility. You know, I've read research that was has been shared with me from Colorado State University about the truly negative impacts in greenhouse gas emissions from indoor cannabis operations, let alone in one of the hottest places in the country. That greenhouse gas emissions are between 2,300 and 5,200 kilograms of carbon dioxide per kilogram of dried flower and have a huge impact. This applicant, when encouraged to stay in 100% carbon free with Desert Community Energy, so they don't have the cost of solar, when it first went online, declined and opted out of it. And I really would like to see more study on the impacts, the environmental impacts of this before we move forward. And I think that's for any of these grows. It's not just this one, but I'm really concerned about the environmental impacts. We have had the hottest June in record in Palm Springs. We have taken a leadership role in 100% carbon-free power and had tremendous impact, you know, changing from being 5% more greenhouse gas emissions in 2010 to 16% lower due to 100% carbon-free power. That's a 21% swing. And I don't want to see us undo that with these large cannabis operations that are unwilling to use green power. And whether it's solar, whether it's wind, whether it's DCE or SCE, there are a lot of options available that don't have an upfront capital cost. And they're really harming the environment. And I would like to see more study before I'm ready to consider this. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I agree. That's why I asked about the mitigated negative declaration and some of the findings there, because I've also read research about the extreme environmental costs of some of these facilities. So Director Fagg, do you have a response there for the mitigated negative declaration that might address the council members' concerns?
Yes, we're fortunate to have Nicole Christ with Terra Nova, who is the city's consultant in preparing the environmental study. I'd ask her to come up to the podium and give a brief summary of her findings.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Christ.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm punting here because I did not come here to speak on this item today. To address your comments directly, Councilman Kors, we do study greenhouse gases consistent with the requirements of SCAQMD. That said, that does not relate, the model is not structured specifically for cannabis. And whether the model addresses the research that you're speaking to, I cannot say. We review air quality impacts and greenhouse gas impacts on the basis of the requirements under CEQA for compliance with SCAQMD standards, but I cannot say whether it is consistent with the research.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Ms. Christ? Thank you for speaking on this item. We know you're here for another item, so thank you for your flexibility with us. Any other comments or questions from council, or is there a motion? Councilmember Woods.
You know, we haven't asked the applicant yet, and maybe we can ask the applicant if they'd be willing to a condition of approval. I don't know if this gets us to where we want, if they agree, but a condition of approval for either carbon-free or renewables power, and or a combination of that, whatever that may look like. I don't know if that's a question we can ask of them.
Thank you. Can we bring the applicant to ask them that question? Hi, welcome back. You're here live with the City Council and the public. Councilmember Woods, if you could repeat your question.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm asking if you would be willing to a condition of approval that would require you to use renewables or carbon-free or a combination of those to run your operation.
So I will pass this to Gary, who has done extensive research into wind power as well as solar power.
So yeah, we definitely looked into it. We're not opposed to energy saving alternatives and environmentally friendly alternatives. The problem is that we have so much space or so little space to be able to achieve what you really want to do. We've changed originally from our original light fixture in this facility to go to an LED light fixture that's more energy efficient, more sustainable. We take in all of these measures. It's a zero waste facility. So all of our fertigation systems, all of our water is recycled. All of our condensate water is recycled and reused. We're using approximately 70% less city water than what we would normally use if we didn't have this system. If I'm not mistaken, that's not something that is actually required to build a facility like this, but it's something that we want to do. It could be up to 90% less city water. So we do take things seriously, and we do try and do our best to try and, offset the amount of energy that these facilities use. We understand that. But we also understand that, there's not just the equipment out there that is designed for a facility of our size to fit into a small space that's required. I mean, if we did a ground mount solar system, it would take 12 acres of land to offset the energy required for our facility. And obviously we don't have that. We have looked at all of the means necessary that's available to us on our property, and to offset only 1% or less of the power needed, it's just not feasible. So we're not against it, but at this point in time, there's not a piece of equipment out there that would provide us with what we need to do.
And can I ask, are you familiar with DCE, Desert Community Energy?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can ask a follow-up, so you're responding to providing solar or energy collection on site, but you didn't respond to purchasing cleaner, greener power. Could you respond to that issue as well?
Can you give me a little bit more detail on that question, please?
Sure. I'll let Councilmember Kors follow up.
Sure, thanks. So both Desert Community Energy and Southern California Edison have products that are 100% carbon free. So you won't be emitting greenhouse gas, which the majority of businesses and residents, I think 86% are on in Palm Springs, and is 100% what the city uses. I know that had been brought up before, and I was told that Kings Garden wasn't interested in that because it's slightly more expensive. So that's what we're talking about, I think. I think that's what Councilmember Woods was asking. Because that doesn't have any of the investment you're talking about in solar or wind.
I would look further into that DCE at the time that it was presented to us. I'm not aware of it being sold to us as it was a greener energy. I know it was an alternative energy at potentially a lower cost on what we were paying, which at even today, it's still a little bit more expensive than we're currently paying now. And that was the basis that we made that decision on.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant?
I think the question still is, and I don't know as I've really heard a clear answer on it, would you be willing to use carbon-free energy in any of the formats that are available, whether you purchase it from SCE, you purchase it from DCE, you produce it on site, whatever the case may be, would you be willing to add that as a condition of approval for your operation?
I would definitely look into that. It's definitely something that's not off the table. It's definitely not off the table. I'd love to learn more about it and what's available to us.
Thank you. I think that was a no at this time and willing to look into it. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will excuse them from the Zoom room. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being here and providing those answers tonight. So is there other discussion or comments or motion from council members? Councilmember Coors.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to make a motion, but I would like the city attorney to weigh in. I would like more information on the environmental impacts of this project before proceeding. I'm not against it on other grounds, except wanting to know the extent we can condition this on them first having addressed the odor control issues that have been going on for such a long time at ANZA. So I would like to see more studies on the environmental impacts and the odor control issues at their other ANZA facility addressed. And while I'm glad to see they finally submitted something, it took us telling them they weren't going to get their permit renewed to get them to do anything, and now we're in July. And that was 7 months ago. So what would a motion look like that would fit that for the city attorney?
Yes, Councilmember Coors, that is certainly an alternative that is available to the council. And so it would essentially be not taking any action on this particular application, but instead directing staff to conduct further environmental review of the issues that have been identified in terms of energy use, greenhouse gas, and odor, as well as direction to work with staff to ensure that they bring the other property into compliance as quickly as possible, with the understanding that if that's not done, then the council at a future day may have to condition this project on some sort of tie into the ANZA property.
Okay. So that's the motion I will make.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I think I'm ready to second that motion. What I would add to that, if the maker is comfortable with it, is this will give the applicant an opportunity to fully assess Desert Community Energy and Southern California Edison and all of the various opportunities that they have to be able to commit to use of renewable energy, as well as to take a second look at the advantages of solar power for their facility, and then come back to us.
Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any further clarity that city staff needs from that motion? I believe it would just be no action from the public hearing.
Correct, and we'd come back when the environmental review is completed.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods. Yes. Mayor Holstitch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Would council like a break now or after the next item? Okay, after the next item. So the next item is item 2B, a request for city council review of an action taken by the Planning Commission to approve final development plans by EHOF Canyon View for an 80-unit, single-family residential subdivision located at the southwest corner of East Palm Canyon and Matthew Drive. If we can have a staff report, please.
Madam Mayor and members of council, this item is also one that has been called forward by members of City Council. It relates to the final development plan for the Canyon View development. In terms of the project itself, it is the development of 80 single-family residences on a site on East Palm Canyon next to the Vons Shopping Center that's about 15 acres in size. The proposed residences will be 2 stories in height. They run from about 2,100 square feet to about 2,700 square feet in area. This is a planned development, and as such, it is required to provide public benefit. When the project was approved in 2017, the public benefit included a public dog park at the northwest corner of the development site, and then also a sculpture park or garden on the east side of the site. For the residents, there is a separate dog park, and then there's also an internal park. The proposed project is not gated by a condition of City Council when it was approved in 2017. The site plan that you see on the screen shows the site plan for the development. Again, 80 single-family homes on the site. The principal entrance is at the southeast corner of the site on Matthew Drive. There is a secondary crash gate or emergency exit that is further to the west near the intersection of Linden Way and Matthew Drive. In terms of the history of the site, as I had indicated, the project was originally approved back in July of 2017. The applications included the preliminary development plan as part of a planned development district, a vesting tentative tract map, a general plan amendment, and then a major architectural application. The project received an extension of time that was approved by the Planning Commission in September of 2019. The applicant then filed for approval of their final development plan in February of 2021. Just for the benefit of the public and the council, a planned development district is essentially a 2-step approval process. The preliminary development plan is essentially the entitlement of the project. Then applicants are required to come back with their final design and plans. The purpose of that is to ascertain that they conform to the preliminary development plan. The Planning Commission reviewed the final development plan on June the 9th and did approve it at that time. In terms of your scope of review this evening, you are only looking at the final development plan. As I had indicated earlier, a planned development district is a 2-step approval process. In terms of a final development plan review, what you are doing is determining that the final development plan substantially conforms to the original or preliminary plan that was approved. What we typically look at in terms of substantial conformance is making sure that the number of units has not changed, the height is still consistent with the original approval, the massing of the project, the setbacks, the architectural materials, etc. Approval of a final development plan is final action by the Planning Commission. The findings that they need to make relative to a final development plan is that number 1, it's in substantial conformance to the preliminary plan. Number 2, that it's in substantial conformance to any other entitlements that may have been approved in conjunction with the preliminary plan. And then finally incorporates all modifications and conditions as originally approved by the City Council. There are some changes to the final development plan that are different than the preliminary plan. And that is largely the result of changes relative to Riverside County installing a new drainage line along East Palm Canyon to handle flows of stormwater in that area. When the project was originally approved back in 2017, we didn't know the timing of the project, and so consequently the applicant designed the site plan to handle all of those stormwater flows that were coming onto the site, as well as any stormwater that would be generated from the site. We later learned around 2018, 2019 of the time frame for Line 41, and at that time we advised the applicant to revise their site plan to remove the stormwater facilities that they had on Linden Way and Matthew Drive, as the county project would address those flows. There are some other minor changes to the project, including an expansion of the public dog park, and then allowing some of the rear yards of the residences to extend into that perimeter landscape area. We have here on the screen the original landscape plan shown on the left, and then the proposed as part of the final development plan on the right. And so you can see that the configuration of the development is essentially the same in terms of the position of the driveways, the layout of the houses on the site, etc. The areas that I've circled in the red, the one along Matthew Drive and then the second on Linden Drive, are the concrete drainage channels that were originally part of the development. As you can see in the proposed landscape plan on the right, those areas have been replaced with landscaping. So what would have been a concrete-lined stormwater channel is now landscaping at the perimeter of the property. As I had indicated, the public dog park at the northwest corner of the site has also grown slightly in area, and that is also circled on the upper left-hand corner of the screen. So those are the changes. In reviewing those changes, staff found, relative to the findings that need to be made, that the plan is substantially in conformance with the preliminary development plan. They have incorporated the conditions that were required by City Council when originally approved back in 2017, and so we had recommended approval of the project. There were a number of public concerns that were brought forward relative to the final development plan for this project. I'll just summarize some of those. You do have in your backup materials public comment letters. You also have a PowerPoint presentation from the Oswett Land Trust, as well as detailed letters from the Rimrock Neighborhood Organization relative to their concerns. But just briefly summarizing some of the points that they have made. There is concern about the excavation and removal of vegetation along the East Palm Canyon Drive frontage, as well as the installation of a required sidewalk there on that frontage. The comments from the letters indicate that they would prefer to see the vegetation that's there remain in place and undisturbed, and would ask that that remain as it is. Similarly, on Matthew Drive, particularly where Matthew Drive comes up to East Palm Canyon, there's also concern there about excavation and the removal of the vegetation that exists as well at that corner. There is a tree at the southwest corner of the site that the residents have identified as something that they would like to see retained. There are also numerous concerns identified relative to the impact of Casey's June beetle and the habitat there on the site, as well as the proposed mitigation measures. They've also identified impacts to other wildlife on the site as being a concern relative to this final development plan. And then, as I had mentioned, there's additional issues. The Rimrock Neighborhood Organization has pointed out some concerns relative to how this will interact with the construction of the Line 41 project. They're concerned about the sidewalk along the frontage, no parking adjacent to the sculpture park or the interior park. Also wanting to make sure that there are safety measures for the school bus stop on Matthew, and concerns about the entrance, the driveway entrance to the project. Again, you have those comments in the letters that are included in the backup and that you've received relative to this discussion this evening. The Planning Commission at their hearing in June voted to approve the final development plan, but they also made some concessions trying to address the concerns that were brought up by members of the public. And let me just go through those conditions that they have added to the project as a means to try and address some of those concerns. Number one, because there is a change to the final landscape plan with the removal of the concrete drainage channels, they would like the final landscape plan to be approved by both the Planning Commission and the Architectural Review Committee. Secondly, instead of decomposed granite that is shown in the public dog park, they would like more turf in the dog park. Number three, they would like the grading plan revised, especially as it pertains to the perimeter of the site, to try and address some of the concerns of residents so that it uses as minimal grading at the perimeter as possible. They have directed engineering staff to work with the applicant in doing that, in looking at that. The applicant has some concerns about trying to retain the existing grading, and I would ask the applicant to mention those concerns as part of their presentation to you. Condition number 4 is that there would be a requirement to document the existing native trees and vegetation and preserve as much of that in place as possible. Number 5, relative to the landscape perimeter areas, to use indigenous and native planting as much as possible. Number 6 is that a biologist shall be hired by the city at the applicant's expense in terms of the mitigation monitoring, and also a number of these conditions of approval, we would also involve the biologist in reviewing that as well. Number 7 is relative to the placement of construction fencing, that should be placed so as to preserve any existing plants on the site as much as possible. Number 8 is consulting the biologist hired by the city in the development of the landscape plan, taking into consideration native habitat and vegetation. Number 9 is working to retain existing grades along Matthew Drive, and again, I'd ask the applicant to address that condition. Number 10, they did agree, the Planning Commission did agree to allow the rear yards to encroach 5 feet into the perimeter buffer, as that is just green space and would be appropriate to do so. And then number 11 is relative to substantial conformance to the original architectural materials. They want the garage door design to conform to the preliminary development plan. So those were the conditions that were added by the Planning Commission. Again, the majority of those were intended to address the public comment that had been received for the final development plan. One of the issues that came up out of public comment and out of concern for this project is whether or not the removal of the concrete channels, stormwater channels at the perimeter of the site would require additional environmental review. And so the city asked our consultant to review those issues and prepare a memorandum that was prepared by Terra Nova, who is here this evening and is included in your packet as attachment I. Ultimately, the conclusion was that there were no new significant effects, and so consequently, additional environmental review was not required. With that, I would like to turn that over to Ms. Nicole Christ from Terra Nova, whose firm prepared the environmental review. She has a number of comments relative to the environmental review, and I'll go ahead and turn that over to her at this time. Ms. Christ.
Madam Mayor, members of council, as Flynn indicated, we have prepared a technical memorandum relating to the materials that were submitted to the Planning Commission. Since that time, the Oswett Land Trust has submitted additional materials, and we were asked to review those, and the purpose of my comments this evening is to address those materials submitted by their attorney, as well as the packet materials that they supplied to you, which I think they'll include in their public presentation. I would like to start by saying that that although Terra Nova is not a biological resource firm, we have had more experience than most with Casey's June beetle. We drafted and processed what I think was the first habitat conservation plan for the species. That was for Smoke Tree Ranch. And we also drafted and processed the HCP for Casey's for that portion of CV Link that occurs in the city and on the city's golf course. So we are familiar with the species and its preservation efforts. As stated, the technical memorandum that was prepared analyzed the requirements of CEQA Section 15162 as it relates to additional review. There are specific standards associated with that additional review, including changes to environmental conditions, changes in the project, or changes to mitigation measures that would be significant and would require additional review. We have analyzed all of the conditions associated with the revised project and the city's mitigated negative declaration, analyzed the project adequately, and there are not significant changes to impacts, project, or project conditions. I'd like to do a little bit of a background on Casey's June beetle and then get into the issues raised by the attorney's letter in particular. The beetle is a species that spends most of its life underground. Females are thought to live 4 to 6 inches below ground, and they may occur at deeper depths. There is still tremendous amount of research going on regarding Casey's June beetle. The females do not fly. They travel only on the ground and only a few inches from their burrows. The males do fly, looking for females, generally between April and May of every year, and solely for the purpose of mating. When mating is complete, the females retreat back into their burrows where they lay eggs, and the larvae develop also underground. The species is associated specifically with Palm Canyon wash, and it is thought that part of the reason for their preference for that area is due to the water that flows through our often dry areas that creates sufficient moisture for fungi and bacteria that the larvae then feed on as they develop, again, underground. In dry years, biologists will tell you that there is very little male activity, and that is how Casey's are generally judged, is based on the amount of flying that the males are doing in any given year. So there is clearly an association between water, moisture from flooding, and Casey's June beetle's life cycles. In terms of habitat, because the females are flightless, it is critical that females occur for habitat to be viable. The males can come to them, the females cannot go anywhere. Now I'd like to go through some of the information that was provided by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in its Section 7 consultation for this project, because those were items that were not included in Ms. Palmer's letter. She did cite from that letter some of the species information, but not the conclusions that U.S. Fish and Wildlife made. They determined that there is just over a quarter acre of occupied habitat, 0.28 acres of occupied habitat on the site. That is the map that was provided by the biologist. The species has been identified on the site only in that southeast corner. The reason for that is because if you're familiar with that area, the reason for line 41 is because there is a tremendous volume of water that comes from the south onto this property. And you can actually see on the photo the difference in the vegetation with that strip of green where vegetation can grow. There has not been cases identified on the East Palm Canyon Drive frontage, either as part of the study for this project or other studies that were conducted either on the site or as part of annual Casey's June beetle studies that occur every year by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and other biologists. The service has also determined, and here I quote, direct mortality and loss of vegetation will occur during construction of the residential housing. Together with the isolated conditions of the upland habitat which lacks connectivity to nearby occupied Casey's June beetle wash habitat and the flightlessness of females, it is unlikely that Casey's June beetle will be able to recolonize after construction. And I'd like to show you the habitat map because that is important here, and I'm sorry about the scale. Okay. This is the critical habitat is the triangle for this project is the triangle that you see here. The bulk of the critical habitat you can clearly see is the red outline that goes through Palm Canyon Wash. The yellow line is the study area. That is a broader area that was established by the service because there is so much additional research going on Casey's June beetle and needed to understand the species. The red area, therefore, is primarily in the Palm Canyon Wash and is part of that continuum. The service also determined in their Section 7 consultation, and again I quote, the greatest project measure to the value of critical habitat is the preservation by conservation easement of parcels of designated critical habitat in Palm Canyon Wash. The proposed conservation parcels will contribute to maintaining the ecological function and conservation value of the critical habitat in the action area for the conservation and recovery of Casey's June beetle by maintaining the physical or biological features that support the that support life history processes that are essential to the conservation of the species. And I'm going to go back and forth here.
And Ms. Christ, if I may interrupt you, because I think that the council might have questions for you, but in the interest of time, I know we have a lot of other agenda items. So if you don't mind doing a higher level of review, and then we will ask you for detailed questions if we can bring you back.
Yes,
thank you.
This is the conservation parcel, which is at the northern end of the red. Sorry, that was... the Casey's June beetle will not survive the development of this site, and the service has determined that the value of preserving the species is a better option on this conservation parcel. The mitigated negative declaration analyzed both line 41 and on-site drainage, the concrete channels that Flynn showed you in the previous plan, and considered both of those. There are no new impacts or mitigation measures that are required in addition to what was previously analyzed. The conservation area is wash habitat and will be protected by easement in perpetuity, which furthers the requirements of the preservation plan. And no substantial evidence has been provided that additional impacts are likely. The most recent materials also address the presence of what is called a large colony of Palm Springs round-tailed ground squirrel on the site. The project biologist did identify habitat for ground squirrel. That habitat is not ideal because it is not dune habitat. There was no sign and no members of the species identified, and we have found no substantial evidence that a colony exists. That statement was made by Oswit Land Trust, but we have no evidence of it. The ground squirrel is a protected species under the Tribal Conservation Plan, and the developer will be required to pay the mitigation fees, which are designed to protect centralized habitat for multiple endemic species. Again, no new impacts have been identified and no additional mitigation measures are required. With that, Madam Mayor, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. So are there any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? Councilmember Woods and then Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you for being here. It's most appreciated, and your expertise is obviously appreciated as well. In your professional opinion, if we were to conduct an EIR, an environmental impact report, for this site, which is maybe a step up from a mitigated negative deck, would the conclusions related to the biology of the site, particularly the Casey's June beetle and the ground squirrel, be any different?
No, sir. The conclusions of and the findings would be the same.
And those findings would be because they are purchasing, I believe, 15 acres in a conservation area to offset, is a better area for the Casey's June beetle than this site is.
That's correct, as
Okay.
it relates to Casey's.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the recommendations that we've received is that the strip of land along East Palm Canyon be left in the state that it currently is in, as well as part of the strip of land along Matthew Drive. Would preservation of those strips in the condition that they currently are in have any effect one way or another on the population of Casey's June beetle?
No, ma'am. The species doesn't occur there, and the development that will occur in that southeast corner where they have been identified in the past is likely to extirpate them, which is why the conservation land is needed.
Right. Did the Department of Fish and Wildlife do a review of this project?
Yes.
And did they recommend that the project be allowed to proceed or to not proceed?
They recommended that the project proceed with the inclusion of the off-site mitigation.
I see. And the decision to, on the other two stretches of the property, to replace concrete walkway with landscaping, does that have any effect one way or the other on the population of the Casey's June beetle?
Not on Casey's, ma'am. It will assist in forage and nesting areas for native and non-native species, but not Casey's.
So it's actually a net positive for wildlife to replace concrete with landscaping.
Yes, ma'am, particularly the native landscaping that the Planning Commission recommended.
All right, thank you.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Flynn. I don't have a question about beetles. You said that there was a crash gate. Can you explain that? I didn't understand what that meant.
So in communities, in residential developments, oftentimes they'll have a principal entrance where cars come in and go out for the purposes of emergency services. So if there's a fire in the community, a secondary gate is often provided that the fire department will have access to through some type of a key or some type of device that allows them to pass in and out. What that does is it keeps traffic to one location rather than dispersing it to other areas where there might be concerns of too much traffic. And so this one does have a secondary gate. Again, it's only for emergency purposes, and it keeps all of the in and out traffic for this development to the southeast corner of the site.
Okay, so is there a concern for traffic if we were to open that up?
You've heard some concerns from residents about traffic on Matthew Drive, particularly in terms of speed and the fact that there is a bus stop. So there are some concerns. By having the crash gate get there, what it does is primarily directs traffic to the signalized intersection at East Palm Canyon and Matthew Drive. I don't know that there would be significant concerns if that crash gate were to remain open. I don't know that it would generate significant amount of traffic on Matthew Drive heading westbound.
Is there pedestrian access out that way, or does the gate prevent?
No, there is pedestrian
There is.
access there, and that was one of the things that was a condition of approval, is increasing pedestrian access from the perimeter of the site to the surrounding sidewalks.
Thank you so much. You know how much I don't like gates. That's fine, thank you.
Other questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I'm sorry, I did have one question for the director. Flynn, this project was originally approved by City Council in July of 2017. Do you recall when it was originally presented to the Planning Department and when the first discussions occurred at the Planning Commission? And I apologize for not giving you a heads up on this question.
To be quite honest, I'm not going to be able to remember exactly. I believe it was early in 2017 that the initial consideration by the Planning Commission was had. I may be off on that, though. Okay. It's been a while.
It's one I do remember from planning.
Thank you. Other questions for city staff? Councilmember Garner.
Just one more. I know that there was some resident concerns about this project, but we're kind of hearing about them now when the project was originally approved, as Councilmember Middleton said quite some time ago. So I guess in terms of our responsibility, right, we couldn't say, sorry, you can't do, I guess we could find that we don't want a project here at all, but this has gone through several processes already. So we're really looking for conformity, not saying no completely.
That is correct. Because of the fact that this is a planned development district, as I had mentioned, two-step process, the preliminary development plan, the general plan amendment, the vesting tentative tract map, and the architectural have all been approved and were approved in 2017. This is the secondary step just to make sure that it conforms with the original approval and the conditions that were imposed at that time. So it does make it difficult for us as the city to revise the project at this stage. And while we are mindful of the concerns that have been brought forward by residents, and I think the Planning Commission tried to do a good job of addressing those concerns as well as they can, we are limited by the fact that an entitlement has been granted for this project.
Thank you for clarifying.
I have a question, if I can, Flynn, about the grass for the dog park. So originally DG was proposed, and is DG ADA accessible for people in wheelchairs?
It can be if it's applied correctly and has an adequate base. So yes, it can be.
Does staff agree with the Planning Commission's condition to have it be turf?
Yes, we do. The reason for that is just because of the heat during the summer. It's more acceptable for dogs to have a turf surface rather than decomposed granite. So we would support that, even though
you.
generally we like to keep turf to a minimum.
Thank you. And if we were to change the condition to just require turf as opposed to also allowing the plastic, toxic, fake grass that leaches microplastics into our environment, could we change that condition?
Yes, you could.
That was a question, not a comment. Okay, other questions for city staff? So I have a request if I can. I know we have people in the audience here who are waiting for item 5A and it's late and we're in a pandemic. So I might ask that the council consider, would it be disruptive for us to move to item 5A for the theater before we open the public hearing and take public comment and then deliberate? Or do you want to continue on this item? Is it acceptable, Councilmember Kors?
Yeah, I think that's fine with me. I think that makes sense. We've gotten all the staff information.
Does that work with staff?
Yes.
And city clerk, we're able to do that, right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Any objections? Okay. Since we're all breathing the same air here and we want to get people out of here so that they can go home and not stay till midnight with us. So we will move to item 5A and come back to this item and open the public hearing after that item is considered. So item 5A is a discussion of minor updates and needed repair to the city's Plaza Theater and appropriate funding in an amount not to exceed $50,000. That's the city staff recommendation for minor updates and needed repair to the Plaza Theater. So if we can have a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll go through a brief history and then a little bit about the current status before turning this over to other representatives of this discussion. There's a rich history of the theater. Most of you know that much better than I. It opened its doors in 1936. In 1988, it came under ownership of the Community Redevelopment Agency. In 1991, it was designated a Class 1 historic structure by the city. And then in 2015, following the dissolution of the Community Redevelopment Agency, the Oversight Board, which essentially handled the assets to that former entity, sold the theater to the city for $1 on two conditions. The first was that given the historic designation that it can't be demolished, and the second is that the city is ultimately responsible for the financial renovations and management and other aspects of the theater. More recently, in 2019, the city passed a resolution doing two things. One, committing to restoration of the theater, and two, committing that the use of the theater would be made available to the Palm Springs Film Festival. So there were some fundraising efforts that were initiated at that time. A steering committee was created. Ultimately, that was only a few months or a handful of months before the pandemic began in 2020. So fast forward to today, some of that discussion is still lingering. The city was approached by J.R. Roberts, who was an integral part of those decisions while serving as a city council member here in Palm Springs, and then also continuing to serve on the steering committee, as well as a partnership with Palm Springs Life to propose a couple of things. Primarily, and the thing most immediate to consider, is hosting a music event at the facility in October that in part is designed to reinvigorate the conversation about long-term goals. That is also coupled with something presented to you in your materials, which is a restoration and operation proposal that discusses and outlines how that music event might be leveraged to other activities to reinvigorate that renovation discussion. Since then, there's also been some renewed interest by Palm Springs Film Festival, even though that has been dedicated to their use for film festival activities. There's been a renewed interest in perhaps extending that to some other lease arrangement that would include dedicating funds for restoration of the theater. So what we're here to do tonight is primarily discuss this most immediate request to invest some money. It's in the staff report up to $50,000. We're hopeful that it's closer to $25,000. There have been a number of assessments of the facility over the years, but the interest right now is cosmetic and any major health safety related issues. Invest a little bit of money in the upkeep of the facility, fresh coat of paint in certain places so that it's viable for an event in October, in hopes to further springboard this conversation about long-term goals. Again, we do have a standing resolution by the city indicating the desire for full restoration, but I know that long-term future has been a little bit uncertain, especially after the pandemic interrupted some of the previous fundraising activities. So we have a handful of people here this evening that I think could expound on the idea. Certainly we have Frank Jones, I believe, here representing Palm Springs Lights that can talk more about this proposed October event. And then I also see Harold Masner here who might be able to expound on some of the ideas proposed by the film festival. So if it pleases the mayor and council, I might be able to answer some questions, but probably better to turn it over initially to Frank Jones. Oh, I see that J.R. Roberts is actually here as well, so very good. He might also want to speak to some of what's contained in the proposal and operations plan to leverage this music event into greater restoration, fundraising, and operations activities. So if it pleases the mayor and council, we can turn it over to them at this point.
Thank you. If I can just go to council before inviting up any speakers. So just council questions and comments.
Just one very quick question. What you're proposing to do right now is somewhere in the $25,000 to $50,000 range. Could you give us a couple examples of the kinds of work that will be taking place?
So I think a lot of that is cosmetic, but there might be some more critical, I don't want to call them structural issues, but the mayor and I toured the facility recently, and there's some bracing and things in places that is probably not ideal that should be replaced. There's certainly some cosmetic issues with lighting, carpet, and paint, and those kinds of things. I want to be mindful of some notes that we've gotten from the fire marshal as well, making sure that ingress and egress signs, exit signs, doors, and things like that are addressed. So don't have a total list for you, but it's that kind of improvement, not really big scale things that would probably be saved for a later date.
So this in no way alters the need for us to invest considerable sums to fundraise and restore the Plaza Theater.
That's correct. This was really just meant to facilitate an event that might reinvigorate that conversation. I think full restoration was estimated somewhere closer to $13 or $14 million, right. And even other substantial renovations would probably be in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions for city staff? Or further discussion? Or is there a motion or other discussion? Do we want to hear from our speakers as well? Do you have questions for our speakers? In the interest of time, I know we have people here, so I don't think it's wise to bring up everyone to speak. But if the council does have questions for any of the organizations or people here, we can ask those now. Councilmember Kors.
Sure. I'd like to hear both sort of the film festival proposal, and I'd like to hear from Mr. Roberts about the fundraising plan to try and raise the $13+ million and sort of where that is and whether those two are mutually exclusive from both of them.
Thank you. So first we'll bring up the film festival representatives if we can, if you're able to speak with us. And then we'll bring up former council member J.R. Roberts.
Harold Matzner and Lily Rodriguez is our artistic director. What's happened is we've come to the conclusion that there's really not a donor base available to provide $14 million to restore the theater. there are an awful lot of people frustrated with the fact that the theater's been closed for so long. Opening the theater would rejuvenate the restaurants in that immediate area. It's something that the businesses down there want. From the film festival standpoint, I think we're very experienced in running theaters. I'm used to running I've been chairman of the McCallum Theater for 11 years. It certainly has prospered during that period of time. Our conclusion is that the theater should be remodeled rather than restored, and that we can make a huge dent in it with $1.6 million, which would also include a sound system and lighting systems, which it does not have. So I think we could, at that point, use it for the festivals, but also use it for regular programming. We have an amazingly talented artistic director, which I think the whole community respects, and she's done amazing things with the festival itself, which probably has the most diverse programming in the country for a film festival, which is something we all should be proud of. And she has a short list of things she would do to run regular programming in the theater from October through May, which I think is very, very important. But the festival would manage the theater the way we manage the McCallum Theater, and we would rent it. I mean, I have no objection to Palm Springs Life running a music event in the theater, assuming that we were able to make an arrangement with the city, which we're looking at putting in $1,600,000. We would like the city to continue carrying the fixed cost. We would fund operating losses for a significant period of time of $200,000 to $300,000 a year. At the point that the theater broke even or made a profit, that money would be used to replace the fixed overhead that the city is now providing. I mean, I think this is a very doable project as far as getting it back into action. And if JR, I'm certainly interested in how he feels. And we're just stepping up to do the things needed to do to fight for the city to try to get this theater back online. If there's a better way of doing it, that's fine. And as far as Palm Springs Life, we welcome them. If we had already made a contract with the city, we would still welcome them. And the idea is to be inclusive in the way that the theater is managed and rented. Do you want to just give a couple of your ideas quickly, because there's a long meeting tonight?
Yeah, sure. In the interest of time, I'll just go over a few of them. There are a lot of course, film-related programming that is obvious. The usual award season. We have talking pictures programs that bring a lot of attention to the desert, where we bring out celebrities of high caliber who could speak to people. And this exists during the month of January because of the festival, but we could really expand that and have that going from the fall through the main award, which is the Oscars. I think I'd also like to point out that there's a really great educational opportunity here. I grew up in the East Valley going to the McCallum Theater as a field trip, and I think if we were to do something like that with film in Palm Springs, that would be a great opportunity, and that's, I think, the most exciting part of this. More?
That's it?
I mean, there's a long list, very obvious film-related things.
We believe that we can keep this theater running with frequent live performances and film performances from
live table reads of screenplays, which we could open up like a theatrical element to it, which would be really fun. Career retrospectives, conversations with directors and filmmakers and producers and actors. The desert loves music, and we've always wanted to incorporate a music element to Sorry, I'm water. Can I have some of your water? Sure. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Always wanted to add a music element to the film festivals, and I think Palm Springs, be wonderful. And also in our short film festival in June, where we bring a lot of young people to the desert, that'd be really exciting. More?
No, that's good. Okay. So, I will say that we have tremendous contacts in the entertainment world, the music world, the nonprofit world, and I think we're in a wonderful position to maximize whatever is possible for the theater. And we would like to explore a contract with the city manager and see what we can develop. Music would be a big part of what we were doing, what we have in mind, but that certainly would still include whatever Palm Springs Life wants to do. That's viable. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from council members? Thank you for being here in person tonight. We appreciate it.
I'm excited to be here. It means that we're getting out of trouble with this.
It's good to have you here. So we have Councilmember Roberts, who is next. I think Councilmember Kors had a question for you. Councilmember Kors, if you could repeat your question.
Sure. Just sort of a sense on how you see the fundraising moving forward and the timeline to do sort of full restoration and get it complete and open.
Councilman Kors, thank you for your question, and esteemed council and staff. I have to say, it's a great feeling to be back in this room. This is the first time I've been here, and you'll tell me how long, but it feels great to be here. So the report that Mr. Jones and I submitted, you've all seen and read. So Councilman Kors, I think that kind of lays out probably in the best projections that we can do without having actual promises of dollars. So when we left off, and when I say when we left off prior to the pandemic, we were just building momentum, obviously. And that all crashed at the time of the pandemic. And I think theaters probably fell to the very last of anybody's priority, especially the cities. And so I think at this point, given where we are today and given what I hope will be the rebound that we've started to experience, my plan, based most on your enthusiasm and wanting to go back towards a restoration plan, would be that I would recycle and rebuild a steering committee for fundraising, which would include one of my new star committee members, Frank Jones. I think he hates it when I say that. So I will be honest with you, I didn't know how I felt about this. I didn't know if I wanted to make this commitment anymore. I just didn't know how, as Mr. Matzner pointed out, how donors, large dollar donors would feel about wanting to give the kind of dollars necessary to make this happen. But I was very excited about when Frank Jones approached me about the Oasis Festival, and his enthusiasm about wanting it to emanate from the Plaza Theater and having the Plaza Theater directly benefit financially sort of got me back on this again and got me excited about it. And the first thing that I said to Mr. Jones when he brought this to me was, I need to know where the city is with this. I was excited to hear about Mr. Matzner's proposal to lease the theater. I can't tell you that that's the wrong choice. The difference between where Mr. Matzner is and where I am today is simply about restoration versus remodeling. I'm a bleeding heart preservationist, for better or worse. My feeling is that the theater is part of our legacy, it's part of our history, and it's part of our brand. It's the thing that makes us unique. You've all heard me say that too many times. And for those who were born here, brought up here, or even moved here, who became citizens later, the theater was an important part of that. And My interest is purely about the restoration of the theater. My personal dream for the theater is that it become a community asset where things like, first and foremost, the film festival, Modernism Week, the most exciting new idea, Oasis, could take place. And I would want, regardless if we restore it or remodel it, I think it's vital that those events have a home here in Palm Springs, be part of our brand, and in an affordable way. So even if the city were to give a leasehold, to me, the number one priority is that we could use it for all of these events and have it be affordable and accessible for not only the people that put on these events, but for people to be able to attend them, local, everyday people be able to attend them. If I didn't answer your question, Councilman Kors, be more specific with me and I will.
No, that was great. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet.
Other questions from council members? I don't see any. Thank you, Councilmember Roberts. Discussion from council members. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
As I understand it, the agenda item is to spend $50,000, and that both of the ideas that have been presented to us regarding a lease operation with the film festival, the opportunity for the Oasis Music Festival, for the issues of rehabilitation versus restoration are things that we don't have in front of us this evening and don't have to make a decision on. It also appears to me that a discussion around a leasehold does not force take us and say that we could not move forward with continuing to try to restore the Plaza Theater. So I think this is a really good first start of a discussion, but what I'd like to see us do tonight is act on the request from staff and then continue the discussion regarding a potential leasehold, restoration, rehabilitation, and all of that for later dates.
Thank you. I agree. So I'd like to make a motion if I can try, and then we'll see if we get a second, and then if there's further discussion of what to include. But I'd like to make a motion to appropriate the funding not to exceed $50,000 to provide for minor updates and needed repair to the Plaza Theater. In speaking to staff, it sounds like they need permission to hold the October event as proposed, and I'd also like to give direction to staff to negotiate with the Palm Springs International Film Festival a lease and bring that back, or at least some discussion of it to City Council, so we can have that and the public can have that to make an informed decision. So that is my motion. I think that encapsulates everything. Is there a second to that motion? Councilmember Woods. Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Councilmember Kors.
Great, and thank you, Mayor. I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or just a comment, but in that negotiation with the Palm Springs Film Festival, I just think things to consider are the comments that former Councilmember Roberts made about making this, ensure the theater is accessible as a community asset, which I think the Film Festival discussed, but also making sure that, you know, the Class 1 historic designation is honored, and that any renovation, make sure that we have ADA accessible seating in the theater. Thank you.
Thank you. I will accept that as a friendly amendment to include into direction with the motion. And do I see the second accepts that too? Yes. Is there any further discussion?
Myself off. I want to thank everyone that's in the audience that participates, that has an interest in the theater, first of all, as a community asset, be it for a music festival, be it for Modernism Week, or be it for the International Film Festival. I think they all have they all activate the theater. It sounds like renovating this theater or restoring this theater is going to be a very long process, and it's going to take a very deep fundraising effort that may or may not be there, so it may be a stepped process, which I think is fine. And I just wanted to say, for anyone who thinks that our theaters, our old theaters don't have value, I suggest that you go to downtown Los Angeles and you see what's been done. If you look at the brand-new Apple Store that just opened, it's incredible what these theaters offer for an adaptive reuse.
Thank you. So with that, there's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone for being here tonight. We appreciate it. It's good to see you in chambers. So I'd like to move to a break if I can. City Manager, did you have something first? So I'd like to ask for a break. So we will take a 10-minute break until 8:50. Let's do 9 o'clock. We will re-adjourn and come back from recess. So now we will move to recess.
PSTV.
We'll come back from recess, and we are back to item 2B, which is a request for City Council review of an action taken by the Planning Commission to approve final development plans by EHOF Canyon View for an 80-unit single-family residential subdivision located at the southwest corner of East Palm Canyon Drive and Matthew Drive. So we asked all of our questions for staff, and at this time I would like to open the public hearing. The applicant will have up to 5 minutes to provide their testimony, and the public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. We have a number of public comment speakers, so feel free to say that you agree with any other comments that have already been said, but also feel free to take your full 2 minutes if needed. So City Clerk, if you could please begin by contacting the applicant and the public speakers.
Certainly. We do have the applicant joining us via Zoom. If we could let them into the meeting room. Mr. Hardy, can you hear us okay? Mr. Hardy, can you hear us okay?
City Clerk, you seem to be having some headset issues. If we can give him just a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll wait a few moments for the applicant to be ready. Here he is. Mr. Hardy, can you hear us?
I'm sorry about that. I wasn't sure. Correct. I did have some headset issues, but I am all better now. So thank you.
No problem. You're here live with the full City Council and the public who is listening along. So you have up to 5 minutes to provide your testimony now. If you could please begin.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff for the report. My name is David Hardy. I represent the EHOF Canyon View LLC. I'll go ahead and share my screen now. Can you guys see the presentation?
No, we lost the presentation, sir. It was up briefly. Sir, are you prepared to proceed without the presentation? We have a full agenda.
Sure. How about now? Are we good?
Nope, we don't see it. We see your desktop.
Okay.
All right, we see it.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Absolutely. So while we're here today, as mentioned by the staff report and the city's environmental consultant, really is because of Riverside County flood control. But in particular, the system will cut off flows coming down Seminole here. You can see the stream bed coming into the site, and then along Matthew here. And as you can see, this particular area was the only area identified with active KC June beetle on site. That's kind of going against what most of the comment letters are stating. And again, as the staff report mentions, the areas that change from the original PUD site plan it really only pertain to the dog park and the channels here. And then I just went ahead and highlighted where the Casey June beetle are currently found. Same thing here. So the dog park did increase in size. We were able to add a pedestrian connection to East Palm Canyon here. We were able to incorporate landscape improvements along South Linden Way, in addition to Matthew Drive. The original section view along Matthew Drive had a 5-foot sidewalk immediately adjacent to Matthew with a 12-foot landscape area, the 30-foot flood control channel, and a small area that we incorporated per council comment to add trees along the perimeter wall. Versus now what we're proposing today is to move the pedestrian rail immediately off the street and include a 5-foot setback with landscape and also add shade trees, which was also a condition of approval from last time we were at City Council, and then a 33-foot area for landscaping. One of the comment letters from a civil engineer retained by Oswit, and our civil engineer will go in more into this later, was the project isn't adequately designing for stormwater. What they failed to realize was there's actually an underground storm drain system in the original design, and this was for our own stormwater, and the channel was for the offsite stormwater. Because Line 41 is capturing that water, we're now able to remove the system. So this is 46 feet wide by 500 feet long. So the impact that we would have had to install this, to dig up the earth, to install the system and put it back in, is now eliminated. What that leaves is the current retention basin design, and we can replace that with cat claw acacia, which is one of the species identified that we are impacting. And kind of mentioned by the city's environmental consultant is, and at the end, this final product is actually better for the local species than what is the current condition today. So even with everything in the areas that we identified, I'm still trying to work with Oswit and the other commenters of setting aside specific areas. So again, I am proposing, and this is stated in the letter I sent the staff last week, is a specific area on the site that actually has Casey June beetle identified, but is not within the development footprint. And so this is in the perimeter on the south side. And what I'm proposing to do is create something called a proposed grading avoidance area. I would move the sidewalk immediately against the street to lessen the impact of the sidewalk and reduce it down to 5 feet so we can still comply with the ADA requirements. And this is what it would look like from a section view. So again, the grading avoidance area is within a location where there is existing Casey June beetle. And the area in blue is as proposed and approved on the previous layout. And the area green is really what it looks like. So even with the grading avoidance impact, we're only resulting in about 24 feet of where we truly can't grade. A lot of comments are focused on just leave the perimeters as is. It won't affect the perimeter or the rest of the site, which is not quite true because we're lifting the site. And Flynn, I mentioned this, so thank you for pointing that out, is to achieve stormwater fall for sewer fall, we have to raise the site and the building pads because the site is relatively flat today. So with that, the site needs to, in this particular section, be lifted 3 feet. In the other areas of the project, it needs to be lifted 6 to 8 feet, and that's why it has more of a encumbrance to the perimeters in the grading. Anyways, so with the resulting grading allowance that avoidance of 24 feet, and the reason why it isn't wider because we still need to make the improvements that are conditioned along Matthew Drive, that include a sidewalk. So that's about a 9-foot grading impact off of Matthew. And then in between the perimeter wall where it is today, because we're not touching that grade, we would have to install a small retaining wall. Well, not small, it's up to 6 feet in some cases. But with a retaining wall, you need to dig the footings and the back cuts. So that's a grading impact of about 12 feet. And again, that's resulting in a 24 feet out of a 47-foot section of what we can truly avoid grading in. And then this doesn't really address how we capture stormwater yet in here. We still need to design that, but this is just me trying to my best of both what the public comments and what, frankly, Planning Commission tasked me to do, and I'm doing this ahead of schedule. So really, that's what I really want to propose today. I also have a biological consultant who would speak to this particular section of the project as well. I do have concerns of, again, kind of reading what the city's biological consultant stating that this is the only area of the Casey June beetle, and whether we build or not, that population will be impacted, mostly because Riverside County Flood Control is starting their work in a couple months. With that, I'll just jump back.
Mr. Hardy, your time has elapsed.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
You will have
I'll
a
be
2-minute
available for questions later.
Yes, and you'll have a 2-minute rebuttal at the end of the public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, if you could please begin contacting speakers from the public.
Sarah Kleinberg, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Kleinberg, and I'm an attorney representing EHOF. The project's final development plan is before the council for a substantial conformance finding. This is not an opportunity to reopen or redesign the project or its approved mitigation. Under the code, the review and the action is limited to if the final plan substantially conforms. Here, the footprint, the standards, and the uses are all the same. Revisions are minor, were implemented following direction by the city, and were evaluated in 2019. The city code, vesting map provisions, and state housing law all support conformance and preclude denial. The city is prohibited from disapproving the project or imposing conditions that it develop at a lower density. A request was previously made to reduce the footprint, and more recent requests are to avoid the perimeters. While some of the comments do not directly request a reduction in density, the impact of these comments is, in fact, a reduction because avoiding the perimeter while also satisfying stormwater, improving streets, sidewalks, and pedestrian amenities all cuts into the footprint. The applicant has been trying to find a solution. A grading avoidance area is possible in the approximate area where the Casey's June beetle was identified, but the areas that are now being requested near Vaughn to Palm Canyon, where no beetle has been identified, result in high walls, less pedestrian connectivity, and a loss of community amenities like the art park. Regarding CEQA actually prohibits additional review as there is no new information that was not known and could not have been known at approval. Finally, we ask you to consider certainty. This project has a vesting map and cannot have endless rounds of review or standards that change 4 years after approval. An applicant should be able to rely on City Council issued approvals and established codes and standards that limit future review for all applicants. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Stephen, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by please stating your name.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Council Member Stephen Kravasara. I'm with Stantec Consulting. I'm the engineer of record for the applicant. I just wanted to speak tonight real quick about the letter received from Sue Sura from Mr. Richard Heyman. He mentioned some possible alternatives for our current design. I just wanted to speak to two of them. One of the design requests was, why is our basin along East Palm Canyon the same size as it was previously before the Line 41 improvements came into being? And the point that David had already made was we had underground retention below the channel previously, and now we're using the basin as an above-ground channel to provide enough infiltration for the volumes that were required to store, and also to provide a reestablishment area for the native species. So that's the first question. The second one was regarding the storm size that we're designing for. He mentioned an 85th percentile storm. I just wanted to point out that we're not designing for an 85th percentile storm on this project. Our retention basin has to retain the difference in runoff volume between the pre and post developed conditions using the most conservative 100-year storm event. So this is a much larger volume than the 85th percentile that he mentions. It's like a 2-year storm. So our retention and infiltration basin satisfies both the city's urban runoff criteria and the water quality goals of the Regional Water Quality Control Board of the Colorado River Region. So I just wanted to make those 2 points about the basin along East Palm Canyon, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Scott Crawford, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Scott Crawford. I'm a senior wildlife biologist at Wood Environmental and Infrastructure Solutions. And I'm currently working with a couple of Casey's June beetle experts, Nathan Moorhatch and Dave Hawks. We have been reviewing the project and the requested avoidance areas for the area adjacent to Matthew Drive. As Nicole Chris had kind of eloquently described the Casey's June beetle habitat here, so I don't have to go into a lot of details on that. But what we did want to say with the Line 41 Phase 3 that's going on with the Riverside Flood Control Channel is all of the flows that are going into that channel where the current Casey's June beetle population currently exists will be completely cut off. And because of the moisture requirements that they have as an underground species, that population will be completely eliminated within a year. So what the mitigation requirements that were negotiated with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with the preservation of the 15 acres of offsite habitat, it's close to a 50-to-1 mitigation ratio, which is nearly unheard of. But for this particular species, it's pretty relevant. So the populations that we did finish surveying this year as a population study, teaming with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, documented about 20 to 30 individual beetles per trap, which, unlike this project site, only 2 to 3 male beetles were actually observed on the site. So the preservation of the offsite habitat in negotiation with Fish and Wildlife Service is a tremendous accomplishment to the preservation of the species. And that's about all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jane Garrison, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much. I'm representing over 5,000 Palm Springs residents who are members of Oswald Land Trust who care deeply about this issue. Our attorney was unable to speak tonight, so I'll try to speak as quickly as I can. This is not just about the Casey's June beetle, but also about the protected squirrels and other wildlife as well. We are not opposed to the 80 homes being constructed on this site, and what we're asking for will not impact the density of this development and is very reasonable. Because this project was approved without a full EIR, it is subject to additional review regardless of the mitigated negative declaration, similar to the cannabis hearing that took place before. We keep hearing about no new impacts identified, but what is being ignored is CEQA section 15162, section CND. This section states mitigation measures previously found not to be feasible that would in fact be feasible and would substantially reduce one or more significant effects of the environment. That section is applicable. Line 41 is the change that has made other mitigation measures feasible that were not feasible at the time. It is no longer necessary to destroy the habitat in the channels. Line 41 is going to handle 97% of the off-site and on-site water, making it feasible to retain some habitat for CJB and other wildlife. The mitigation property that was approved is in the middle of Palm Canyon Wash. It could never be developed, and therefore it's a net loss of critical habitat, not a net gain. The current administration would never have approved that. We respectfully ask 2 options: either to require a condition of approval to conserve the areas along Matthew Drive and East Palm Canyon, including a prohibition of grading and bulldozing, or require a preparation of a full environmental impact report, which is justified under CEQA 15162 subdivision A3. Clearly, the findings are old when this area was surveyed, because we see squirrels on this property every day. So there's a very good chance we're going to see Casey's June beetle in other areas as well. Please, we ask the council, we are your neighbors and your friends and your community. Please don't let an out-of-town company bulldoze over our concerns, our endangered species, and our other wildlife when they don't need to. We're Palm Springs. We can do better than this. Thank you.
Bettina, Rose Mario, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening. My name is Bettina Rose Marino, and I'm also on the board of Oswald Land Trust. We have grave concerns about the habitat destruction and bulldozing of wildlife for this particular project. There's a rich ecosystem that runs along East Palm Canyon Drive and up from East Palm Canyon along Matthew Drive. And having spoken with David Hardy, he has informed us that there will be heavy excavation along East Palm Canyon Drive, as well as permanent removal of habitat along Matthew Drive. Currently living in these locations are birds, cottontail rabbits, potentially the critically endangered Casey's June beetle, and the Coachella Valley round-tailed ground squirrels, as observed by Oswald naturalists and biologists. The last two species are found only in Coachella Valley. The entire parcel is considered critical habitat for the Casey's June beetle and was surveyed many years ago, so it's disingenuous to assess that no beetles are there today. While the Casey's June beetle is a federally listed endangered species, the Coachella Valley round-tailed ground squirrel are also a species of special concern and have been a candidate for federal listing under the ESA. The work for this project, as it is currently planned, would wipe out these two species along with all the other animals who are there, bulldozing them and crushing them in their burrows. We ask that they retain these areas and beautify with native plantings and light irrigation. We are not opposing the number of units as proposed. There appears to be a real opportunity for the developer to preserve habitat. The developer could provide preservation in a cost-effective and unobtrusive way. Wholesale bulldozing under colonies of ground squirrels when they're in free fall and population numbers is not something this community can get behind. We have an extremely vociferous community of wildlife enthusiasts in Palm Springs, which is a wonderful thing. Please urge the developer to look at water flow alternatives that would handle the remaining water that Line 41 doesn't already handle, which amounts to 3% of the initial assessment, and to not excavate existing critical habitat and mature native vegetation. In terms of the mitigation land, it will result in a net negative conservation because the mitigation land will never be developed.
Bettina. I'm sorry, your time is over.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Aaron Leader, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you so much, and I sincerely appreciate the council taking the time to look at this tonight. Very quickly, I am a part-time resident of Palm Springs, and continually working on being there full-time. I am on the board of the Oswald Canyon Land Trust, and I also serve as a National Association director on the Land and Environmental Use Committee on a national level. My point here is that there was the report from, and I apologize, from Tara Firmer, the woman who spoke earlier, and I just would ask the council to do the following. Just as they told you there was no big horned sheep up in Oswald Canyon, I promise you there are the animals over there at that building site. We're happy to take you there at any time to show you that information is incorrect. I don't think the council wants to be the people that allow the bulldozing and death of all these animals when it could certainly be mitigated. I did hear the developer say that they are going to be raising the land, and that could cause an issue, and we're certainly open to discussing and working something out with that. But we strongly feel that there has not been an updated ER for the area, and the June beetle is in many different areas. I would just really appreciate if you guys would take a thorough look at this. And just by the fact that many items in her report were wrong, and she contradicted herself, that it's worth taking another look at. I'm going to say one other thing very quickly. Wildlife, Fish and Game never recommend the construction of a project. So even her using language like that, saying that they recommend the building of these 80 houses, they don't do that. They say if there's not a problem, okay? I'm a developer. I'm not opposed to the 80 projects. The project looks great. We're just asking you to not destroy the wildlife, not to destroy the animals, and to preserve 2 protected species that are unique to Palm Springs. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Richard Hyman, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, my name is Richard Heyman, and I've been practicing civil environmental engineering and water resource engineering for over 30 years, the past 20 of which have been focused on stormwater. My client, the Oswitz Land Trust, has requested that I evaluate if there are alternatives to the proposed plan to construct fairly large drainage channels along the perimeters of the property. They've noted that a federally endangered species is documented to be on site, and they'd like to preserve habitat to the extent that they can if it can be engineered as such. I've been doing low-impact development for many years on broad sets of projects, commercial and residential, and what I have not seen on this project is alternatives evaluated of how to capture water and use it within the development footprint of the property. And there's a number of alternatives that can be considered of more of a distributed stormwater capture, storage, and then overflow drainage system that could potentially be employed. But I haven't seen if these have been evaluated for the property, for the development or not. In any of the documents that I've been able to review. So to meet my client's needs, I did come up with several alternatives that could potentially be considered, especially now that the Line 41 project is coming in and a large portion of the offsite flows are no longer going to flow across the property. These include putting in small-scale or retention systems subsurface throughout the development that can capture water locally, infiltrate it, small-scale storage systems, vertical tanks of sorts, of which there is a local vendor who produces these, that can store that water for use, that could be used for irrigation or for replenishment of the moisture that's lost from the habitat areas where we want to maintain habitat for the endangered species, if we could do so. It's possible to use these vertical tanks as infiltration galleries or as storage and use tanks beneath the subsurface. And it can all be engineered in a manner that the overflows to meet the requirements for drainage of the peak flow of the 100-year storm from the property itself can then be moved through the development and out through the exit of the development as necessary, while storing as much of that water as possible so that we can have a more sustainable development in terms of its water footprint and the use of that stormwater, that precious commodity that we all need here in the arid Southwest.
Richard, your time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patty, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments. And if you could begin by please stating your name.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Patty Shanker. I am a Palm Springs resident, and I am very concerned about the Casey's June beetle and other species who will be impacted by this Canyon View development and future critical areas. This beetle is a federally listed endangered species and is only found in the Palm Springs area. On the brink of extinction, their precarious habitat is shrinking rapidly, and it is not completely determined that they are not in this area. Dr. Art Evans, an entomologist, wanted to study the rare beetle and asked his friends where to find them. The answer, and this was back in the late 60s, was that they couldn't tell him because the areas had all become homes, schools, and car dealerships. You have heard about the mating behavior tonight, but there's still a lot unknown about their life cycle and food preferences, and they just may disappear before that knowledge is established. The greatest threats to all these species are habitat destruction, degradation, and fragmentation due to residential and recreational development. As Dr. Evans said, quote, "Unless there is some way of securing the environment that it lives in, you can't possibly protect the species." I believe that we who live here and you who protect our city have an environmental and moral duty to protect them. They may just be a beetle, but they are our beetle. I urge you to not allow any bulldozing and grading of the perimeter of native vegetation at Canyon View, at the least, and perhaps disapprove of this project completely. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nancy French, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nancy French. I'm speaking today regarding the Canyon View EHOF project on the corner of Matthew Drive and Palm Canyon. I live in the Cathedral City Cove, and I drive by the property next to the Vons every day. I shop at Vons at least twice a week. I'm also a domestic rabbit rescuer, so I'm very tuned into observing the rabbits on the property. I have come to know their habits, and I have a really good sense of the colony that lives there in general. They like to cross the driveway to the Vons parking lot and the grass on the surrounding areas to enjoy the grass. They eat on that at night after the sprinklers are finished. There's a thriving rabbit community there on the property, often with babies. And it's important to mention also that this rabbit colony has survived the past year's rabbit hemorrhagic disease epidemic called RHDV2, which has wiped out many other rabbit colonies on the West Coast. It poses no threat to humans or other animals, but this colony has survived that, and that's important to the wildlife ecosystem. I also see roadrunners, squirrels, many birds, and other animals on the property. I've also learned a lot about the Casey's June beetle this past year, and I know that they're one of the 2 endangered species in Palm Springs. And the Casey's June beetle is not found anywhere else in the world except here in Palm Springs, and it's there under the ground. The developer plans to destroy the beetle's habitat, which of course is shared with the birds, the bunnies, and squirrels, etc. This destruction is not necessary in building the 80 homes because the habitat is on the perimeter of the property in the required setbacks. I'm just here to ask the council to please protect that perimeter, not allow any bulldozing and destruction of the endangered Casey's June beetle and other resident animals. I'm not opposing the development, but just asking the developers to be good neighbors, protect, preserve, and enhance the existing habitat that so many of us enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you. David Lottie, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. My name is David Lottie, and I live in Los Compadres, very close to this development. And thank you for your time. U.S. Fish and Wildlife has not surveyed every square foot of this property, and therefore, I know Oswald Land Trust could be asking for a full EIR, which would take at least 2 more years, because males only surface in April and May of each spring. This entire area is redlined as critical habitat for the Casey's June beetle, and as previous people have talked about, it was discovered in Palm Springs in 1916, and it's critically endangered. We're not asking for that at this point. We're not opposed to the housing project proposal itself, and we know Palm Springs needs homes, and this is 80 homes, and I love the concept. They look really beautiful. All we're asking for is that the perimeter landscaping be modified so that it's not graded along East Palm Canyon and along Matthew Drive, which could destroy any habitat for the Casey's June beetle. If we were to go out with the blue lights and search for them, as U.S. Fish and Wildlife would need to do, I believe we would find them. And again, there's no reason to grade this. We've called this the sidewalk to nowhere that's along East Palm Canyon because there's no sidewalk on the mountainside of East Palm Canyon in front of Rimrock Shopping Center. There's no sidewalks in front of the car dealerships with the thrift shops. So there's no reason for a sidewalk to nowhere in the front of this development. It goes nowhere. Minimal native desert landscaping can be completed such that the soil is not disturbed and the views would look aesthetically pleasing from East Palm Canyon and Matthew Drive. This should save the developers some money and will preserve the beetle's habitat, which I believe we would find if a full EIR was completed in the Lush area. Thank you for your time, and hope this development does go through, but just with less landscaping along the perimeter. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Nye, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Dr. Jonathan Nye. I'm a research ecologist and lecturer at the University of California, Riverside, and a scientific advisor to the Oswald Land Trust with UC Riverside Science Policy Program. Insects may not be very charismatic animals, but they serve important ecosystem functions, even if those functions aren't immediately obvious, which many of those we don't know for the poorly understood Casey's June beetle. Just to put it in context, loss of worldwide insect biomass, the number of insects and their biodiversity is well documented due to habitat fragmentation and destruction, with a 45% decline in insect biomass in the past 40 years. So it's within this context I'd like to address the council. The critical habitat for this beetle can't be limited to offsite mitigation sites because there's so little habitat for them in the first place. All areas where Casey June's beetles exist should be preserved because of other threats like extreme drought that threaten their populations. We are rapidly approaching a sixth mass extinction. Once we lose these species, they aren't coming back. Globally, we are experiencing species loss at 100 to 1,000 times the pre-human background rate of extinction. So I would hope the council and EHOF would support reducing the loss of biodiversity to the fullest extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanya Petronova. Sorry.
Petrovna.
Petrovna. You're live with
Yes.
the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Holstage, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members. I stand with Oswald Land Trust in asking the developer to preserve the perimeters of the proposed development. This would not impact the number of units the developer will build and would not obliterate the wonderful Palm Springs native flora and fauna that can be seen daily there. Growing up here as a child, it was magical to walk in the desert, which was everywhere. We'd build forts and have jackrabbit counting contests. Though there are no more jackrabbits to be seen, to note, my favorite animal was the Palm Springs round-tailed ground squirrel, which are numerous in this perimeter area, because I know that because I see them often. Did you know that in 1939, mesquite trees, which are the ground squirrel's primary habitat, were found on 8,309 acres in the Coachella Valley? And that by 1998, the trees were reduced to 870 acres? That's a decline of almost 90%. If we allow bulldozing in this perimeter area, the squirrels will have no chance. At least give them a chance. Nature is so important for all of us to enjoy, especially the children. I'm sure I speak for all of the kids that live in the Seminole apartments that are right next to the proposed development. The old way of developing is to plow down every living thing on the land, leaving no corridors and planting non-native plants. The new way begins integrating them. Please take a stand and let Palm Springs be a leader in sustainable development and work with developers to make our community shine. Also to note, the developer saved millions when they opted to wait for the funding of Line 41. And that's a detail that that is covered in the mitigated negative declaration. And instead, let the burden fall on the shoulders of the taxpayer. Perhaps they would consider giving back to the community in a meaningful way by protecting our threatened and endangered species. Just perhaps. Remember, the developer and his paid team have financial interest here. And those of us honoring the land and nature have none. Zero. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Robert McCann, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Good evening, City Council members. Tonight, I speak in favor of City Council adding a condition to the Canyon View project, requesting the applicant work with Oswald Land Trust to protect and retain the natural habitat along East Palm Canyon Drive and Matthew Drive. In addition to preserving and saving the indigenous wildlife that makes this habitat their home, there is a larger issue at stake that I'd like to bring to Council's attention. As things stand right now, new construction projects in our city simply bulldoze the existing environment into the ground and then erect large fences around the site. All wildland and any associated wildlife is completely destroyed by these brute force construction practices. One of the reasons we wish to collaborate with the developers of the Canyon View project is to leverage the collaborative experience to develop a more sustainable set of standards, practices, and guidelines for new city construction projects. Our goal is to define standards that, to the greatest extent possible, protect and preserve environmentally sensitive areas within development parcels. In the future, we envision these standards enhancing both the sustainability of our city and the aesthetic qualities of new developments. Such qualities would not only benefit all residents, two-legged and four-legged alike, but become a model for a more sustainable approach to growth that other communities could adopt and emulate. In conjunction with subject matter expert David Friedman, I have established that the new construction standards that we are envisioning are not covered in California's new energy code or any other non-local standards documents. They would therefore be appropriate for inclusion in our local city bylaws. Members of City Council, please help us in making these new standards a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll disconnect. Brian Nestande, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Holstedge and fellow council members. I represent the Southern California Building Industry Association. Can you guys hear me all right? Sounds broken up.
We can hear you.
Okay. We're calling in support of this project, and I just want to point out, I think the opposition helps illuminate the housing, the trouble we've had meeting our RHNA obligation and our housing numbers, and therefore have caused a housing crisis and a housing affordability crisis. So we respectfully ask the council to honor the entitlement process and approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sherry Seabury, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. Hello, Palm Springs City Council members. My name is Cherie Seabury, and I'm actually calling you from Colorado. I'm with several prairie wildlife and black-tailed prairie dog preservation groups in this area, and I heard about the Canyon View development proposal and how this project will potentially destroy the Coachella Valley round-tailed ground squirrel, a species of concern and only found in the Coachella Valley, as well as the Casey's June beetle, which is on the federal critically endangered species list. Threatened by continued development in the area, both these species at the site are at risk of complete eradication if they are not protected. There are a lot of similarities between the Coachella Valley ground squirrel and the black-tailed prairie dog we have here in Colorado. The black-tailed prairie dog is also of the squirrel family, and they live in underground burrows. They are species that support other wildlife. For example, owls that burrow in their nests, that burrow for nesting, and birds of prey and other wildlife that use them as a food source. In other words, by eradicating a certain species or vegetation, we are also affecting other wildlife that rely on them for survival. We are working more closely with developers here in Colorado to encourage them to first and foremost not to go in and just bulldoze over a site, as these prairie dogs, like the ground squirrel, run into their burrows where they will be crushed. Where possible, we do relocations to more suitable habitat. But when this is not an option, we strongly encourage the developer to have a part of the developed site used for preservation of the existing wildlife. I understand development will continue, but we must consider working out a balance so that those living in Palm Springs or any area being urbanized can continue to enjoy the wildlife. By sharing the land and preserving its wildlife and vegetation, we find some harmony. I urge you to please consider having the developer preserve a small piece of land on the Canyon View proposed development site, in this case the perimeters, so that the Coachella Valley ground squirrel, the Casey's June beetle, and the native vegetation they need to survive will thrive, and we can all continue to enjoy them around us. Thank you.
Thank you. James Schott, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you. First, I express my appreciation for the time that the City Council members have put into listening to the views and opinions of the Oswald Land Trust. I would like to respectfully ask the developer of Canyon View proposed project to retain the mature habitat along the wash on East Palm Canyon Drive and on Matthew Drive toward the Bend. Preserving these perimeters would have no impact on the number of units that the developer is proposing in the plan. The out-of-town and out-of-state developers allowed to exportate an endangered species is something our community needs to guard closely against. Please have the developer work with Oswald Land Trust in order to ensure that mature habitat hosting many species, including the endangered Casey's June beetle, the threatened round-tailed ground squirrel, and many other species are not bulldozed and destroyed. I appreciate your time and listening to everybody's views. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Mendoza, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hi, my name is Laura. I am a resident. Thank you all for staying up this late to listen to all of us. My comment is about the proposed development where they would bulldoze the area where squirrels and lizards and all kinds of native species are living to build condos or townhouses or whatever. And it's my understanding that this shouldn't even be an issue because the solution would benefit both the developer, or at least not inhibit the developer from creating the number of residences that they want to create. And yet it could also preserve our native species. I don't understand why this is even an issue that needs to be discussed, particularly because the squirrel species is already a threatened species. I mean, really all of our species that we enjoy here in the desert are threatened because of overdevelopment and because we're now living in an era where we're in the Anthropocene era. Humans have taken over everything and we're destroying natural habitats. And what I love about Palm Springs is that we seem to be a progressive, compassionate community as evidenced by our no-kill shelter, right? I think as a community, we value all types of life, including the natural, including all the species that we share our world with. And so I really hope that you take all of that into consideration and tell the developer that he has to accommodate for the animals. And I appreciate your time and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. So, Sophia Summers, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
All right, thank you. Thank you, City Council, for being here this late. I am speaking as a private citizen who lives right next to this proposed development, and it's truly not like the 80-unit housing that I'm concerned about. It is the direct impact that it has on the Casey's Junebug habitat, as well as the squirrels, the rabbits, the lizards. I walk this with my father a lot. It has brought us closer together, talking and like pointing out all these different animals. And to say that they're not there from a report, in 2017, that just doesn't make any sense. Jane has already made it clear through CEQA sections that there is an opportunity here to reevaluate, and we are entering into a sixth mass extinction of insects. And I think that it is really important for us in government to really consider these crucial, vital aspects that are so often overlooked. And we need to consider what is smart for not only, economic gains within this city, but also like conserving habitat for species that are on the brink of extinction. I feel like if you vote to not do anything about protecting the specific habitat for the Casey's June beetle, then you are literally voting to help make it extinct. And it doesn't seem to be like this is like a huge ask. There are creative solutions There are other ways. I think you just have to want to do it. And thank you again for having me. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I do want to note that Kate Castle indicated that she made her comments earlier this evening and did not need to speak again. And we did try to contact William Ota 3 times, but did not reach him. Otherwise, we did reach everyone else.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you to everyone who commented tonight. We appreciate it. We know it's late, and we appreciate your passion. So, City Clerk, there are no other speakers, correct?
No additional speakers.
And the applicant has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Correct.
So if we can bring...
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife has already stated in the biological opinion that the identified beetle population will not survive long-term on this site. This, coupled with the impacts identified in the approved mitigated negative declaration from the county's Line 41 storm drain system, which cuts off all storm flows on site, and the county is separately mitigating for on top of our own mitigations, really helps preserve the Casey's June beetle and habitats where they thrive in perpetuity. As referenced in the presentation from Terra Nova earlier, that is within the creek area to the north of the project, where we will be purchasing a large acreage to again preserve those beetle species. Additionally, we're conditioned to have a biologist on site at all times during ground disturbing activities. Should any animals or species be encountered by the city hired third-party biologist, that person is authorized to shut down all work and identify solutions such as relocations, similar to the no-kill shelters mentioned earlier this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any other speakers?
There's no other speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. So is there any discussion or additional questions from council members? Councilmember Coors.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the conditions from Planning Commission to have a biologist on site. I think that's really important and something we should be looking at in all projects. But I do have a question for Mr. Hardy, which is, what is the reason the perimeter can't stay as natural, sort of the natural desert habitat that is currently there?
Thank you, Councilmember Coors. As mentioned earlier, to have appropriate fall for sewer and stormwater for the homes, the site needs to be lifted anywhere between 3 to 8 feet. Again, that's just to make this site work for engineering perspective. When you lift the site, that in turn affects the perimeters because, again, you're lifting the site up to 8 feet in some areas. And specifically speaking to the channel along East Palm Canyon, that is the lowest part of the site. As we all know, water flows downhill. And so to capture the stormwater that's produced on site, we're using that for a retainage and detention basin for groundwater infiltration.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Let's do that all at once. Is that right, Councilmember Coors, or did you have other comments?
No, I just actually wanted to ask the same question if there are other options, but
go ahead.
It's fine either way.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Flynn, are there other options that would allow the project to move forward while maintaining the habitat on the perimeter that you see?
So, Councilmember Coors, I'm going to invite Mr. Joel Montalvo, the city engineer, to respond to that question. What this deals with is the stormwater management requirements for the site in terms of how that is handled, and perhaps Mr. Montalvo can address that question.
Thank you.
I will try to answer the question, but yeah, as the applicant stated, generally to develop a project, storm flows and sewer really dictate how you develop a project. So from my understanding of the project, they're lifting it 8 feet in certain areas to direct sewer to a certain location, and they actually have to then drain the storm flows to the lowest part, which is in the retention basin area adjacent to East Palm Canyon. So as part of the requirements, they're obligated to treat the first flush of a storm drain. So the retention basin that they have in the area actually acts as a cleaning, if you will, of the first flush of the storm drain. So really, I don't see very many options for the developer in this situation.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Other council member questions or comments? Councilmember Woods?
Yeah, I just have a question from Nicole, our environmental consultant, if she could just come up really quickly. We heard several comments. Yeah, obviously, you studied the Casey's June beetle because it's an endangered species in the area, and you focused very strongly on that. Is that correct?
We have done work with that species,
Right.
yes.
And we also, as a valley, as a Coachella Valley, have adopted the multi-species.
Coachella Valley Multi-Species Habitat
Conservation Plan, which I think some of the callers don't understand what the purpose of that was. And can you explain that?
Yes. In this case, the property is affected by the tribal multi-species plan because it's reservation land, but the premise is the same. The covered species, including in this case the round-tailed ground squirrel, is protected through the payment of fees that purchase property for conservation and quality habitat, so that we have several preserves in the valley that are expanding because of the ability of HCP fees to purchase property. And the reason for both plans, the tribal and the Coachella Valley, was to allow development on developable lands that cities had designated for development, to go ahead with a level of assurance that the species would be protected elsewhere.
Great, exactly. And then the developer in this case is not only paying that multi-species fee to pay for land off elsewhere, more prime habitat, but they're also dedicating 15 acres just to the Casey's June beetle. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Casey's is not a covered species under either the tribal plan or the Coachella Valley plan.
So they're in conservation on two different levels?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yes, actually, my question's for Joel. Yeah. Joel, you may have answered this with Councilmember Coors, but I want to make sure I'm clear. The recommendation that we've received from a number of individuals is to not grade the perimeter. Is that a recommendation that you would make, that we not grade the perimeter in terms of the engineering that needs to be done? And if it was not graded, what would be the impact for the balance of the project and the ability to build the project?
Well, before I did become a public servant, I worked in private development. So I was a private engineer doing design development. And if I looked at this site and if I saw the constraints of sewer, storm drain, I wouldn't see any other way to design this particular project. If they're lifting the site up 8 feet to get water to flow in a certain direction or sewer to flow in a certain direction, they can't just stop. There's no area where you can't just get to a certain point. I think it was mentioned that they would have to put 8 to 9 foot retaining walls to be able to do that. So when you have a certain site, you try to develop it and maximize the area for development and for the design. So I would find it very difficult to stop short of that, and they wouldn't just be able to stop in that nice little area where they would have to stop way further, which would impact the street design, their sewer design, their houses. So I would see it very impactful to try to just preserve those areas in the perimeter.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question if I can. So one of the proposed solutions we received from Oswit was to retain the current wash without excavating. So I think that's different than not excavating the entire perimeter. So is that required, excavating the current wash area with all of the mature vegetation?
I think it's pretty much the same question. It's the same location. The perimeter along East Palm Canyon is the wash that they're referring to, or the vegetated area. And yeah, you would need to grade in that area to be able to, as the design calls for, taking your storm drain to the lowest point, and that is the lowest point in the development.
So they need to lower the point in the wash? I don't understand. Can you explain that more thoroughly?
There was a cross section. So in the wash, one of the cross sections that was shown by the developer shows that they're actually taking the wash and making an actual drainage retention basin to one. There's a certain volume of flow that needs to be retained prior to it entering a municipal storm system, and that wash or that retention basin is designed to do that, and it's also lowered to be able to capture the flows from the street. If not, they would have to raise the site even further, higher up, to be able to get it to that particular low point in the project.
Thank you. Do you know how much higher they would have to raise those levels?
Right off the top, I wouldn't be able to tell you, no.
Thank you. And then it sounds like Oswit's complaining, they're calling it the Sidewalk to Nowhere, as well as the Rimrock Neighborhood Organization. Remind the public and us that it's part of our general plan to add sidewalks when development occurs so that eventually there will be sidewalks. Can you explain that policy, please?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, I'll go ahead and talk about that. In the city's general plan, we do identify circulation, including circulation for pedestrians and bicycles. And there are areas in town where we do require the construction of sidewalks. As you've already indicated, it is typically when a project develops or redevelops that if there is not sidewalk there presently, then it is required to be installed. I do want to correct one of the things that was said. There are sidewalks in front of the car dealerships. It's very hard to see them because we do have a lot of cars out there, but even the Porsche dealership, which is the one that went in most recently, was required to install a sidewalk across the front of the property. This does create a situation where you have segments of a sidewalk and they're not complete. However, that is the most efficient way for the city to be able to put in sidewalks where they aren't currently. So again, it goes back to the general plan, and it is a requirement that we construct sidewalks as properties develop or redevelop.
I did want to add a little bit more to that. To the east, where the Line 41 project is being constructed, they are going to build sidewalks. And on both sides of this project, on the west and on the east, there's a bus stop. If you look at the aerial, you can tell that the areas along this particular wash or East Palm Canyon, it looks like people do walk through there, and I would presume they're trying to get to the Vons or to the bus station. So on both sides of this project, there are bus stations.
Thank you. And is the sidewalk creating some of this problem in terms of the grading and the required removal of some of the wash area, or is that unrelated? Would that have to happen regardless of if a sidewalk went in or not?
There will be grading, but I guess you can separate the two. The sidewalk does get constructed maybe 4 or 5 inches down to the natural ground where the retention basin actually goes deeper. So I don't think they're related in that sense.
So if the council removed the sidewalk requirement or deferred it, there still would have to be construction on the wash area in the perimeter, right?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Mayor. So the city attorney, I'm just maybe a little confused on what our options are here. Obviously, these weren't issues that we dealt with when this was approved. If this was coming new, I'd have a lot of issues. I think we need rules about development. Obviously, everything that's built has an impact on wildlife, but we are seeing such major impacts from construction. But given this was approved before, how does that impact our decision and what we can or can't do tonight?
Yes, Councilmember Coors. I think it was mentioned earlier by Director Fagg that the item before you tonight is fairly limited in scope in terms of the underlying land use entitlement. It's very much akin to when a final map comes before the City Council after the Planning Commission has already approved the tentative map. It's really just looking to see whether the final plan is consistent with the originally approved plan, and so it's a fairly limited scope. Some issues have been raised about the environmental impacts of this project. And as our environmental consultant has indicated, there's not a strong basis for kind of reopening that environmental review. And so your options are, one option would be to approve the project with the conditions that have been recommended and by the Planning Commission. The other option would be to defer a decision under our municipal code. It provides you authority to defer a decision up to 90 days. And another option would be to remand it back to staff to do further environmental review. Again, as I mentioned previously, there's not a strong factual basis for that further environmental review under this scenario.
Great. And just to follow up, given we've had letters from both sides that infer litigation, whatever we decide, if there's litigation claiming that an EIR needs to be done, what does that do to delaying the project as far as timing? If that came up in public comment.
Well, if environmental litigation is commenced, that would most likely stop the project from moving forward. It would create delays in terms of timing, and it would also require the developer, as in most cases, there's an indemnification provision that requires the developer to indemnify and defend the city. They would be required to do that under the conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I'm wondering if staff can respond to the applicant mentioned that the Riverside County Flood Control was going to be on site relatively soon and there would be disruptions. If someone can just address what the impact and disruptions will be to the site simply by Riverside County doing something that we have no control over.
So Riverside County Flood Control, their line is going to be adjacent to or on Matthew Drive, so it's going to be coming right along the side and perimeter of the project. It's not impacting directly the site by construction-wise, but what it does is it actually takes in, when it is constructed, the water that used to flow through this particular project is no longer going to flow through there. So that's the impact that is caused by Line 41.
Okay, so then in terms of the land, it's not really going to be touched?
Not necessarily. They're just going to be
County.
right adjacent to the perimeter or along the street.
Thank you. And then the applicant, David, you mentioned that you could save a portion of the land, and this was something that you were working on. Could you just quickly repeat that again?
Yes, thank you. And just to quickly jump back to the previous question, actually Riverside County Flood Control will do some construction on our site directly at the corner of Matthew and East Palm Canyon. There is a culvert that goes underneath Matthew, and they'll be eliminating that. So they have a temporary construction easement on our property to commence that work. It will impact some of the plants there, and I think it might impact the willow directly at the corner of Matthew East Palm Canyon. I just wanted to clarify that point. Councilmember Garner, in terms of your question, though, yes, the area that I would propose, and it's in the council packet in my letter at page 2B-69, exhibit 1, I believe. It is, again, an area where the Casey June beetle species was actually identified on the site. It would create a grading avoidance area. And that was the area, again, that the only area where there were species on site and that I felt best was to avoid grading, just to meet the comments that were received from Oswald since March of this year.
Thank you.
David, can you expand that area?
We have looked at that. Again, there was no species in particular outside of there. Along Matthew, it was only in particular to this wash. And then it's also important to note that once again, Riverside County starts to work, it's cutting off all flows to the site. So, whether or not this project goes forward, that the species and the habitat will die off. So there is implementation issues that, I have raised with staff and I'm happy to work for them on to provide irrigation and enhance that landscape.
Thank you. Are there other areas that you could avoid excavation?
We actually looked at along Linden Way as well. It's similar to the condition on Matthew where we still need to impact some of the grading. As mentioned by the city engineer, to lift the site, you can't just avoid grading whatsoever, in addition to the requirements that were conditioned to widen and enhance Matthew and Linden. But there are portions along Linden that we can avoid grading on as well. The reason why it's hard to expand along Matthew Drive is because stormwater flows south to north. So essentially creating a retaining wall all along this frontage cuts off the stormwater flow and it would essentially pool up right there. Whereas along Linden, you can have the stormwater flow south and north and connect to the existing flow line and then down into the wash along East Palm Canyon.
Thank you. And what about limiting excavation of the wash itself?
Absolutely. So as stated by our civil engineer earlier this evening, that the basin needs to be expanded appropriately so we can comply with state stormwater standards. So unfortunately, that's the one that I'm really limited on in terms of choices and avoiding grading.
Someone is turning off my mic each time I speak. What about, let me see, that distracted me. What's the price point of your units?
The last market analysis we performed was about $800,000.
Thank you. You're not providing any affordable housing, right?
No, we are not.
Okay, thank you. The community and the public comments asked about the proposed open space along Matthew Drive containing a small open space area and art park, and asked that that remain native vegetation, not just grass, to raise existing vegetation. Is that a possibility that you've looked at?
It is actually. When we had our civil engineer study this before, if I may, I'll share my screen and I can show you an exhibit that we did create. But before I jump in, I've had conversations with the Vaughn's shopping center owner, and they unfortunately weren't able to call in tonight, but they did share a little uneasiness about moving the art park. They were really hoping to have this project and the art park right there really enhance this corner, and because it is a public benefit, this would be the most trafficked area of the project. So avoiding that would essentially lose the art park there. So having said that, let me go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully there's no more technical difficulties on my part.
You can't provide the art park and also native vegetation underlying it instead of turf?
The art park right now, as proposed from the original approval, wasn't turf. Well, I'm sorry, let me just show this section here. We can kind of talk through it. I'm sorry. So this is similar to kind of the plan that I showed you earlier. The blue is as the original approved version. So here's Matthew Drive here. And so as part of the condition of approval, we need to improve Matthew Drive with curb gutter sidewalk, what you see here. But because of the change of grade, we have to lift this somewhat. So it's not just a 5-foot sidewalk that we have to grade to make those improvements. There's also a little spillover, which we call a grading impact, about 12 feet. Here you can see the existing grade now, where that little wash is, versus what was going to be a small slope and where the art park would have been. So, and then on the other side, now we need to lift again approximately 8 feet in some areas for a retaining wall. And then you have your perimeter wall of 6 feet. So anywhere between 13 to 15 feet, we now have walls. And then 5 feet away, now you have your house. So all in all, it's about 37 feet of massing that this would create. And all of that being said and done, it's resulting in about 13 feet of grading avoidance. And if I may, here's a picture I took just yesterday of this same section. So here's Matthew Drive, Gene Autry Trail, and East Palm Canyon. So really the existing landscaping is along this area. So that 12 feet that I was showing you to get the curb gutter sidewalk in, and then the little subsiding grading to lift the area to get the sidewalk in, it would effectively destroy this landscaping, even while we're trying to create that grading avoidance area where the art park is now.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have some quick questions that Rimrock, the neighborhood organization, submitted. So they asked about parking for the community parks or the community access points, the extra safety measures for school bus stops, and then the entrance to Canyon View. Could you respond to those, or is that something you could work with the neighborhood on?
Absolutely. If you like, Christy, I can respond to a couple right now, but on a going forward basis, I'm happy to work with them. And in terms of the park on site, that is a private park for the residents on site. That's why we don't provide public parking. However, all along Matthew and Linden, there is parking stalls that we will provide once the project is said and done. And that's in addition to the required parking that we have to have on site. In terms of public safety issues of pools, those are actually in the backyards behind walls. So the public or children, as referenced in the letter, just can't simply access the pools. They have to go into the backyards of those homes. And then the school bus stop, I was actually not aware of, so I'm glad they brought that to my attention. I believe it's on the west side of Linden, next to the apartments there. So, as part of the condition of approval, we have to have all of our construction park on site, and we would be enforcing that. So if they are blocking that school bus stop, we as a developer have to enforce that with our own subs to make sure they're not impacting that school bus stop.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Kors.
I forgot to mention that I've had two discussions, one phone call with Oswit and one a phone call with the applicant along with the mayor that I forgot to share earlier. So I just wanted to disclose that.
Thank you. I joined that meeting with the developer applicant, as well as had a separate call with Oswit.
And I as well had a short phone call with the developer yesterday and a very long conversation with two representatives of Oswit Land Trust a few weeks back, in addition to the numerous emails that we've received.
And I likewise had a Zoom meeting with the developer to understand some of the grading issues, and I had a telephone conversation, a lengthy telephone conversation with Oswit.
Wow, I'm a little bit jealous. Oswit didn't call me. Wow. I got a text. I did also talk to the developer.
Thank you. And for the public, we're required to detail those conversations because it's a public hearing item and we're considering all the evidence that's in front of us. So comments, discussion, motions from council members.
I think we might be to the point of a motion, I'm not sure, but all of us on this council and absolutely everyone in the city of Palm Springs takes the environment extremely seriously, and the desire to save every protected species. We've created open space in numerous places throughout the city of Palm Springs. This is a project that was approved 4 years ago by City Council. It's not coming to us at first opportunity to evaluate whether or not this is a project we want to go forward or not go forward. What we're being asked to do is whether or not the final plans conform to what was approved 4 years ago after an incredible investment on the part of the developer. And what we have heard is that the plans as the developer has are not ones that if we were to make the changes would that have been asked for are possible in some respects when it comes to grading, and in others just simply would not have the desired environmental effect that others would like to see happen. So I think this is a project that we should approve with the conditions that were imposed by the Planning Commission, while at the same time asking the developer to continue to work with the environmental community to take every step possible to preserve all life that can be preserved. That's a motion.
So that's a motion to approve staff recommendations and the resolution in the packet, including the conditions from the Planning Commission. Is that your motion?
That is correct.
I will second that motion.
Councilmember Garner?
One slight amendment to that. We heard from the applicant that would he be able to preserve this area? And I thought it was a very good faith act to do that. And I think if we can still go forward with that, that would be great if that's okay with everyone else.
I'd also like to ask that the condition number 2 from the Planning Commission, so the dog park flooring shall be turf as opposed to be turf or artificial grass. I'm really concerned about the impact of artificial grass on our environment and existing species who burrow in the dirt and things like that. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Woods and then Councilmember Coors.
Certainly. I echo, and I don't need to repeat everything that Mayor Pro Tem said tonight, but I also understand that we had professional opinion that if we conducted a more extensive environmental review, that the outcomes would be identical, and thus a more extensive environmental review would be frivolous in this point compared to what our expert testimony has to say, which was the basis for seconding the motion on this. And also for seconding the motion is we have a development process that has some integrity. We've just changed the development process here to make it more predictable for a developer. And a developer that's come this far, I just hate to backtrack on that development process and make it more difficult. I think it sends the wrong message. But sending the wrong message or not, I just don't think that the environmental impact at this for this site is affected by this development.
Councilmember Coors?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one last question to staff, which is, so the study on the Casey's June beetle was U.S., right? Not California? Is that correct?
U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has jurisdiction over the preservation. Okay. Yes, sir.
And when was that study done?
Just
so on. 20.
January of 2018, they issued the BO.
Great, thank you. So I just want to share why I'm not going to support this motion. I am concerned. We do have an endangered species on the site. I worked as an assistant regional counsel for the United States Environmental Protection Agency under both the Clinton and Bush administrations. And I can tell you that studies came different in different administrations. And I would much prefer to see 90 days to try and get more information and try and have the applicant, who I very much appreciate all they've been through and all they've done, but they waited 2 years so they didn't have to pay for all the stormwater issues that the county is now doing, and try and work this out, not just for the Casey's June beetle, but the other animal habitat that we continue to see destroyed. And I know we need housing as well. That would be my preference, but I appreciate it's a very tough decision, and I appreciate different views on that. I did want to share my reasoning before we voted. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. I'm also going to vote no for those reasons and others. I think the city's interest is preserving, at least analyzing in depth the environmental impacts to endangered and potentially endangered species. It seems clear that that's what my district residents would want me to do in representing them. We need more housing, but we have a lot of luxury housing. So just to be clear, when we're talking about housing development, and someone made a comment about this in public comment, we need to clarify at what income levels, because this is a medium density residential project, and we've had a lot of those. I support this project. We have voted on it before, though I wasn't part of the initial approvals. I think it would be different if this was the initial approvals right now, as we're hearing from our community, but for the reasons that Councilmember Corr stated and others, I will also be voting no on the motion. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Woods.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
No.
Mayor Holstedge.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. So typically at 10:30, I think actually at 10, we review the agenda and go over any agenda items and see what might be pushed to the next meeting, and what we might be able to accomplish tonight. So we still have item 2C, which should be brief, item 4A, which may or may not be brief on parklets. And then we have item 5C, which is the draft housing element. So for city staff, which of those are time sensitive?
All of them, Mayor.
All of them, fun.
Yeah, especially as we go into a dark period, unfortunately. I don't know that there are any that are really appropriate to push. I suppose the parklet conversation is one that we expected to conclude or follow up on in earnest, more like September. The reason we brought it forward is because we think the more of terms we can solidify in that program, the more we can communicate to current restaurateurs who we might be asking to make more temporary changes about what the future will likely look like, so that they might consider removing a parklet instead of modifying it, only to find out, future changes make it less useful to them. So that's only timely from that perspective. So at council's discretion, that would probably be the top of the list for things that could move. Just understand that's the goal of hearing it this evening.
Thank you. And what's the timeline for the housing element draft? So we have to submit that to the state, correct? When's that deadline?
The deadline is next week.
Okay. So sounds like we should move forward in these agenda items. I know Councilmember Coors asked that we do parklets while he is on the line. So we have item 2C, which should be brief, and then 4A parklets. Does that work, Councilmember Coors?
Yeah, I'm trying to get another Theraflu brought up, so I'll hang in as long as I can.
I'm sorry.
And Madam Mayor, public comment as well for non-agenda.
Thank you. I'd like, if I can, while we have Councilmember Coors, to do item 4A for parklets, since he's our liaison to business retention, economic development, and many businesses in his district.
And Madam Mayor, we did have a caller, Jerry Keller, who wanted to speak earlier this evening. We were going to hold him for non-agenda public comment, thinking that this item was going to occur after that. So if you don't mind, if we could take public comment from him?
Yes, let's take public comment and then move to item 4A if that works for council. Thank you.
Jerry Keller, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. My name is Jerry Keller. I'm with Lulu California Bistro, and I appreciate the time to make the comment. The Delta variant that's rampaging throughout the country is the most contagious virus there has been, even in warm weather. Vaccinated people get less serious cases, but still carry it, and unvaccinated people are passing away. Los Angeles is having a serious problem. I would like to just let you know that there's a serious possibility of restaurants having to close indoor dining as it happened before because of this new vicious virus. This makes parklets even more vital for us to be able to stay in business. I have some suggestions. I'd like to suggest that the city relax and modify the parklet design and legislation they're thinking about to make it easier and more possible for all restaurants, especially smaller restaurants, to keep their outdoor dining. I'd like to further suggest that the city find some funds to help them actually do it, help them with design, so that they can stay in business if they have to shut down during this virus. For Lulu and Zinn, I politely request that they postpone the discussion about this until early fall, until we know exactly how vicious and how difficult this virus can be. We both invested a great deal of money and time to build these parklets, and if we can't keep them, we just won't be able to rebuild them, and we'll each lose a lot of money. It will cause a serious, serious problem.
Mr. Keller?
So if they can postpone it, we'd much appreciate it to the early fall when we can reassess everything, and the same thing goes for the rest of the parklets in the city.
Mr. Keller?
I hope it doesn't happen, but we have to plan and be aware that shutdowns can happen again. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk, for making sure everyone is heard. So this item is 4A. Next is 4A, discussion of the Parklet program. So if we could have a staff report, please.
Madam Mayor and members of council, I'll try and go through this as quickly as possible, just in the interest of time. Relative to the Parklet program, we did have a discussion on June 10th. While we talked about a number of things, we did not finalize many of the details, and so that's, as the city manager has explained, one of the reasons why we wanted to come to you, so that Parklet owners have more information and can determine if they want to continue the Parklet use. In terms of one of the key issues relative to Arenas Road and its closure between Indian Canyon and Palm Canyon, we had originally told you that we would work on the reopening July 1st. However, based on the input that we received and the fact that we've been directed to do a survey relative to the lane reduction on Palm Canyon, what I would recommend is that we time the reopening with any modifications to Palm Canyon at the same time, so that we only have our crews going in once to handle those changes. And so based on that, that's what I would request of City Council. Next thing, in terms of design standards, I do have a work group that has been put together. We kick off during the month of August. We'll be working throughout the month of August and then come to you on September the 9th with design standards for parklets. The intent is that anyone who wishes to continue the parklets after that point would be subject to the formal design review process and adherence to those design standards. Extension of the parklet use, we had talked back in June about doing a 12-month. So once a parklet applicant goes through the design approval process, they would be able to keep the parklet for 12 months. At some future date, if you decide you want to extend those, then you could schedule that for discussion at that point in time. The other thing that is going to be critical for parklet owners to understand is what fee is the city going to charge for use of the parklet space. We looked at building lease rates as well as ground lease rates. I do have an update. Our building lease rates, we've received some recent comps that are higher than that. Actually go to about, let's see, I believe $270 per square foot. So for a building, you would see anywhere between about $1.70 and $2.70 per square foot. Ground lease rates would be between $1 and $2. What I was proposing in the staff report is about $1.50 a square foot for the monthly fee. If you were to have an 8-foot by 40-foot parklet, that would be about $480 a month, and something that the city would be able to bill on a monthly basis. And so that's what we were proposing for the parklet fee. You, as the council, may choose to either adjust that fee upward or downward, depending on what you feel is appropriate and fair. The intent of the fee is to cover the additional maintenance that we have to do around the parklets, as well as some of the parklet owners are using city electricity, the electrical outlets that we have in the landscape areas, so that we don't have cords going across the sidewalk. And so those fees would cover those items. In terms of parklet area and hours of use, we've already talked about this, just want to confirm that it's only the area in front of the business, limited to one frontage only. And then in terms of the hours, 8 hours per day, 6 days per week, I'd suggest that we reduce that during June, July, August, just because of the heat. And then also what the design standards work group is going to look at is what is the appearance of parklets when they're not in use. So in the early morning hours, for example, is there furniture there? Can people access them? We'll address that in the design standards. And then finally, we will come back on September the 9th with the design standards. We'll also come back with any ability to create additional on-street parking, talk about enforcement, and have the determination on the lane reduction on Palm Canyon, whether to reopen that. So that concludes my presentation. I think one of the key issues that we would like to talk about this evening and determine so that that way we can pass the information on to parklet owners is what would the fee be for parklet use. With that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council.
Thank you for the quick presentation, and thank you for all of your work on this. We appreciate it. So are there questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Kors.
Thank you, Mayor. So Flynn, just a couple question on the rent. What I typically hear from businesses is rents are now like $5, $6, up to $7 a square foot. He wants to be on Palm Canyon. So I'm just trying to understand the disparity there and what you have, since a lot of these parklets are on Palm Canyon.
We'll have Mr. Jay Virata, our Community and Economic Development Director, respond to that. Mr. Virata?
Thank you, Director Fagg. Councilman, so this is a dynamic circumstance. I think we all know that values change the closer you get to the most desirable area. They tend to be higher. The further away you get from that most desirable area, they tend to be lower. So when we pick a range of properties to select from, the service we have, it's a commercial real estate data service, returns hundreds of properties. And so we look at those, and it generates the analysis, which is what produces the estimated rates. Now, that's more of an average spread over the size of the range, the assumptions that are made, and criteria established for deciding which comparables to use, which are most like a parklet. It's not exactly a finished space. It's not exactly raw land, and it's not exactly a product that's out there for to be rented out on a regular basis. So I did take a second look at the rates, and as Director Fagg explained, they can range. They can go from looking at them as asphalt and closer to $1.50 to $2 a square foot for that range, or they could be looked at as an extension of a finished retail space where that property will generate just as much revenue as the inside will generate. So in those cases, yes, there are some rents that get up to $5 a square foot, but I'm not sure that that would apply for a parking space. I don't know. I can tell you that some of the other cities and some of the research I've done have rented parking spaces. And in New York, parking space is rented at $2.47 a square foot. In San Francisco, it's rented at $1.82. And in Manhattan, it's rented at $1.85. And I would venture to guess that the property values in those cities are still a bit higher than in Palm Springs. So I'm not sure if we should be at $2.47 or $1.82 like in San Francisco. So it's a challenge to come up with a rate. That's why I think it would be a good idea to discuss, some options and some possibilities. If you wanted the true market rate, we would just take what the tenant's currently paying for their rent. That's what's been negotiated and established and put into effect. So that's the market rate for each of the tenants. It could be looked at as a percentage of revenue drawn from the parklet areas, but that'd be kind of convoluted to try to figure that out. So there are some options, and I think it's, the range does seem to be up to, from $1, I forgot we had in the staff report, from $1.70, $1.50 up to $2.50 in that range, and maybe have some discussion on that.
Great. No, that's helpful. And just so two questions on that. One is, in looking at the average, that was throughout just what rents are throughout the city, or based on where the parklets are?
So I looked at, I did comparisons for comparables on Palm Canyon from Ramon all the way to Tachiva, and that average monthly was $2.50. But if I did certain segments like Baristo to Tahquitz, that came out to $3. And Tahquitz to Alejo, $2.84. So I think basically the closer you are to Palm Canyon and Tahquitz, the higher the rents are.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. That's all very helpful. Just a couple comments. I thought at the meeting we gave both direction on Arenas and on the lane in Palm Canyon being closed. I know the retail in the areas where restaurants have sidewalk, a parking spot, and a lane of traffic feel totally hidden. I've heard from businesses on both sides of Arenas and some on Palm Canyon near Arenas that it's hurting their businesses to have the street closed there. I do agree that, in those cases, I think what we talked about in June was allowing them to be able to use their parking lots, which I think is what Ms. Reed said for Zinn, who didn't object to us reopening. And in the case of Lulu's, I think they have one of the biggest parklets in the city with that long stretch of Palm Canyon and a lot of outdoor dining. And while I understand that for those restaurants, getting a lot more space is increasing revenue, it doesn't necessarily mean more revenue to the city, because a lot of other restaurants have been reaching out who don't have the ability to have that much outdoor space, are seeing less customers because other restaurants are now 3 times bigger than they were before. So I'm just a little concerned on delaying those issues and the blockage of other buildings, the loss of parking spots. I mean, I do like parklets when they're done nicely. I appreciate working on design guidelines, but I would like to see us reopen arenas. I don't know what it costs to have a crew out here to remove those. I knew it was going to be July 1st, so a lot of people were surprised and were reaching out to me, because it is my district, asking what's going on and why hasn't it been removed. And they feel it's really hurting their businesses. And it's understandable. There's no through traffic that they used to get for their businesses. So I just want to raise those concerns. Thank you.
I agree. I'd like to just ask a fundamental question if we still think parklets are working for our city. I know we've talked about this in depth, but most of the public comment that we've received, other than business owners who are currently using them, are that they're an eyesore, that the K-rails are not working, that many of them are closed or not in use, that they're blocking other businesses. Just heard at least what I've received in public comment and emails has been a lot, majority negative towards parklets. So I know we're moving forward on this program, and I like staff's recommendations. I don't know if it's too slow. People are saying that we're harming our best asset, which is Palm Canyon, in the way that it looks and the way that it's used. So I know that that's a broader question, and I know that restaurants really wanted reliance on us for extension of this program. I also am concerned about the Delta variant, and if we are going to have, we already have a mini surge, and it's in the summer, so very concerned about what's going to happen in the fall and winter, especially if people continue to not get vaccinated. But can we just have that broad conversation right now for staff recommendations, if you can? If there are things we might be able to do to not wait on some of these issues that businesses and residents are raising about the parklets.
So, Madam Mayor, to respond, if we choose to go forward with parklets, we need to have design standards in place. It takes time to do that. As we discovered last year when we rushed to put this program together, that doing it absent design standards resulted in what we have today. So I wouldn't recommend that we go forward without adopting design standards. The soonest that we can do that is your September 9th meeting. And so that is kind of the date on which everything hinges, that we are in a holding pattern until we can adopt design standards. It's a little bit difficult for us to do code enforcement right now in terms of the parklets if there's the possibility that they're going to continue. If they aren't going to continue, then we can shut everyone down right now, pick up the K-rails, and it all goes back to the way it was before. So it hinges on, number one, if we're going to go forward, we need design standards and we need to have them in place. And then number two, if we're not going to go forward, then let's go ahead and do it right now and get it over with. So I think that's basically what it comes down to, if I could simplify it.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner.
I thought that we were getting rid of the K-rails completely, though, with these design standards. Is that not the case?
No, we're not going to be able to get away from them completely because there are certain safety standards that we need to be mindful of. What we see in other cities is that typically they put the K-rails on the front end and the back end of the space, not necessarily along the sides. There are also ways that you can disguise the K-rails so they're not as unattractive as the standard K-rail is, and that's what the design standards are intended to address. But they're not going to go away completely.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was kind of hoping we could round them up tomorrow or something. You know, I think that we have examples of really beautiful parklets in the city. It's not that many, but we do. And I think that if we move forward with great design standards, then yes, things will look good, and even people who probably complained about it now will not be bothered by it because, again, we'll have that consistency in that design. I am concerned, though, that regardless, once we get into the heat of the summer, again, these parklets will be unused. They're being unused. They're not used right now with, I mean, maybe very few exceptions, because it's just too hot. So my one thing about this program is, are we really going to extend it 1 year when there's going to be a huge amount of time that they're not used? Because we have these we've been discussing these requirements that they have to be used for a certain amount of time, and I fail to see how anyone is going to be able to meet those requirements in the summer, especially June, July, August, and quite possibly even longer than that.
And that's one of the reasons why I would suggest that we reduce those hours during the summer, but it still leaves a situation where they're unused for the greater part of the day. Once the sun goes behind the mountain, it's a little bit more tolerable, but the rest of the day, no.
Councilmember Woods and then Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
I just want to pick up on Councilmember Corr's line of questioning, Jay. My understanding is that the rents on Palm Canyon, right, in the heart of our city, are not $1.82 a square foot for a restaurant, or even $2 a square foot. And as Councilmember Corr's alluded to, they're between $6 and $7 a square foot. So I'm just curious how, you know, your analysis comes from a firm that's not localized, right? And it obviously takes a bigger area and washes those numbers down. But if I was a property owner or a restaurateur, and I was paying $7 a square foot, and the city is only charging me $1.50 a square foot, I'm of course going to have a parklet. It encourages parklets, right? Versus discouraging parklets. So I think from the standpoint of use of public space, they need to pay a fair value for public space. I think the $1.50 is way too low. It's not indicative of what it costs to rent a space downtown. It increases somebody's business opportunities tenfold, fourfold, quadruples, whatever it is. So I do have a concern of that number, and I think that number needs to be adjusted to be more accurate so that they're paying what, not that each one is paying exactly what they're paying, but come up with a number that is more realistic on that. I look forward to the design standards if we continue the program very much. I have heard a lot, I've gotten a lot of feedback about arenas being closed and the negativity of arenas being closed. I know that Mr. Keller called in and Ms. Reed called in as well, and they have a vested interest in it. But for the vast majority of other people, they're not happy with arenas being closed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but the parklets to work, those renting those parklets need to pay a price that reflects the value that they're receiving, and I just don't think $1.50 is going to be sufficient to cover that the value of what they have. What I'm really concerned about, though, is it's almost 11 o'clock at night, and we're trying to make a fundamental decision about the future of our downtown with everyone pretty close to exhaustion. And I would like to defer as much as possible the decisions that we're making around parklets to a September conversation. We're about to go dark as a city council. And the month of August, while the summers have been a little better lately for our local business community, will be a relatively quieter period of time, and it gives staff more time to develop recommendations. If we're going to have parklets, the design standards for those parklets have got to be ones that reflect positively on Palm Springs. And we rushed into the parklets. I think we rushed into them for a good reason. We were trying to save local restaurants and businesses at a time of a pandemic when so many of them were in extremely dangerous conditions of losing their businesses. We can, as much as possible, hold the status quo until September and come back and set enough time aside early enough in a meeting that we truly can hear from the business community and others as to what the future should be. The last thing I want to say is it is simply not fair for one business to be able to encroach upon the space of another business. And whatever it takes for us to be able to enforce the standard that no one can encroach upon another business as soon as we possibly can, we need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Garner.
Just one more thing on this. I think that when we're seeing something in September, I do want to see something else. So I guess, again, yeah, I agree. Everyone's really tired. What I want to make sure that I'm understanding, Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem, is that we're saying we've given feedback today, and in September we'll see more detailed response based on the committee and all of that, right? Okay, great. Then that makes sense to me.
Okay, so, and if I can, I asked my broker that, and he says that restaurant space on Palm Canyon's like $2.50 to $3 a square foot plus triple net, which adds like 60 cents to 75 cents per square foot. So really more like 4 or 5. So I agree. I think some, depends on the space. If it's smaller, it might be higher. If it's larger, it might be lower, but it might be like $3.50 or $4. So I agree it should be compensating fully, and we should think about the incentives for rental space. So, okay, for staff. So what tonight do you need direction from the city council on? So is it on all of those items? And really, thank you to Mayor Pro Tem for the guidance of what are the issues that we need to solve tonight to lead into the September 9th meeting?
I think I've heard about the fee that you want us to come back later unless you're ready to look at something in the vicinity of $4 a square foot. If you're not, then let's wait until September to do that. What I would like to hear from you this evening is the reopening of Uranus and the removal of the lane restriction on Palm Canyon. It sounds like you would like us to move forward with that rather than pursue a survey, which is the direction that we received back in June. So if that's the case, I can work with engineering and we can proceed with that and then defer the other items until September.
Comments on that item? Councilmember Woods?
I actually think the $4 a square foot sounds reasonable based on at least the information that we have now. The sooner we charge, people will find out who wants to stay. We'll find out how many parklets will actually be out there when we come back in September, once we tell people we're going to charge. So I can make a decision on that tonight.
Mayor, can I?
Councilmember Kors?
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Woods on that. I do think that if we can move forward, things I think we should move forward on is reopening Arenas, unless that's a major cost to do. I think it's just impacting too many other businesses while allowing the businesses impacted and the Zinn, who can't really have something on Palm Canyon, to use their parking lot, as I think we discussed long time ago at the staff level that I was involved with. I don't think we should allow people to store things in their parklets. I think that we can do immediately. I think if it's possible to reopen the lane in Palm Canyon, well, a lot of the business, unless we're asking every business in the city and the residents what they think, I think the businesses that have that are going to say they want it. So I'm not sure what the survey would be. But given the structures of the businesses that have it, it may be hard to do that instantly, right? Because they're going to have to reduce the size of their parklets, and they may want to know in September that we're actually keeping the program going. So that one may need to wait, even though I'd rather see it happen sooner. But I think Arenas and the no storage, because that storage sometimes does block other businesses, can happen sooner, and not allowing businesses to be encroaching in front of other businesses with their tables and chairs, I think we could do now as well. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I agree with all that was just said, and while I think the range may be something closer to $4 than $1.50, I'm struggling to believe I've got enough information to set a rate this evening. That the rate, I suspect, will be something closer to $4. I would agree, but I want to see a little more study before arriving at a hard number.
And maybe what we can do is say that we're looking in that range, and that will give a restaurateur an opportunity to kind of think whether they want to continue or not continue with it. If we're looking at that type if there's an agreement on that type of a range, it's not 150, but it's somewhere between 3 and 6 or whatever.
Right, because if we did the math, for 320 square feet at $1.50 was $4.80. So if we did $3 a square foot, it would be double that, right? So it would be helpful to have, we could do it now if we need a decision, but the total cost and thinking through, you know, what a wide range of businesses could afford and what would be comparable to that, the public use, taking the public right away. Other comments?
I think we need to get agreement on what Mr. Coors, or excuse me, Councilmember Coors said. Do we have agreement? I think staff is really looking for some direction. Do we open Arenas? Is there agreement with that? Do we not allow people to use it for storage? Is there agreement with those two issues? And I think staff is looking for direction there, if I'm reading them right.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. Feel free to lead us through this item, Councilmember Woods.
So what I'm understanding is that we have an agreement then that we're looking at a price range that's possibly double what, around $3, whatever, $3, $4, whatever that is. We're looking at closing Arenas, no storage in the parklet at this point.
I meant opening Arenas, by the way.
Pardon?
Opening
You said closing Arenas.
Closing Arenas, not, yeah. Opening. Did I say closing? So opening Arenas. And did staff need more direction on other items than that?
No. So what we will do is, based on your direction this evening, we will provide a letter to all parklet owners with this direction so that they can make decisions. And as you say, based on the range of fee that we're looking at, that may narrow the number of parklets down considerably by September, so we'll see what happens. But again, we'll put this information out to all of the parklet owners via mail.
Thank you. On K-Rails, I just recently was in another city and they didn't use K-Rails. And by the way, Palm Desert, El Paseo looks very different as well in all their parklets. They don't have K-Rails. Obviously, they have a different street than Palm Canyon. Our problem is that Palm Canyon, has so much traffic and speed. But in the city I was in, they had sort of like plastic barricades that looked a lot better. So is it possible we just need to do that work in the design standards? Because I agree, I mean, we want to be set up for success in the fall when tourists and, you know, people return. So is that work going to happen in the design standards? We can't get rid of all the K-rails tomorrow?
Yes, it will happen in the design standards, and we'll look at alternatives as long as I can make the engineers happy.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just one other thing, which is just to share that on Tuesday at the business retention meeting, the guidelines are going to be a major subject, main part of the agenda, and that's Tuesday at 5:30 by Zoom for people who are interested.
Thank you. That information will be posted on the city website. Anything else you need from us now, Flynn?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. So we have public comment. I think we have almost 20 speakers for public comment, and then we have 2 more agenda items. So I'd like to ask city staff about the housing element deadline. So you said next week. When is it?
I believe it is next Thursday, the 30th.
Okay, because we
Sorry,
also...
the 29th.
We also have an option of calling a special meeting that we could do by Zoom to do any outstanding issues. So it's very late and difficult for us to deliberate on, especially on something as important as the housing element. So would that, holding a special meeting, give us time to get direction back to staff and the consultant and give, you know, any edits before we submit to the state, or is that too quick a timeline?
It gives the consultant very little time to make those corrections. If we were to do it, I'd recommend that we do it on Monday, so that way they have Tuesday, Wednesday, and part of the day on Thursday to make those updates.
Comments from council members? Garner and then Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Yeah, I would like to be able to discuss it with the full council with fresh eyes. I will say I've submitted comments to staff already on much of the housing element, and I think to the extent that other council members can do the same thing, that could be helpful. And then we could have a more robust discussion amongst ourselves. But I'm very tired. I would like that.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
It's my understanding that the housing element needs to be submitted to the state, and that we have, after it is reviewed by the state, still the ability to make changes to the housing element, and that we frankly don't have the ability to take action on the housing element this evening. That would seem to argue for me that it's not essential that we debate all of the changes we might want to make to the housing element this evening, as much as give to staff concerns or ideas that we have individually and offline, and save the much larger debate over the housing element for after it's been reviewed by the state and we've had a night's sleep.
While you are correct, you are not adopting the housing element before you forward it to the state. Once the state has reviewed the document and given us their edits, there is limited room for us to make changes to certain aspects of the housing element, particularly in terms of the housing numbers and our means to achieve those housing numbers that they've given us. So I don't want to give you false hope that you can make many, many changes once it comes back from the state. That's not accurate. We would have a very limited scope once it comes back from the state. But there are things that we could correct or things that we might be able to add. So I just want to caution you in that regard.
We're talking primarily around numbers that need to be achieved?
Primarily numbers that need to be achieved, but to a certain degree also certain policies. So I've seen that in the past where we can't modify policies, especially as HCD or the Department of Housing and Community Development has come back with their recommendations.
Thank you. Go ahead. Councilmember Corr, I just want to move on so we're not discussing the item. So Councilmember Corrs had a.
No, I think this is such an important issue, and I agree with Councilmember Garner. We should do this with fresh eyes, and I think if we can do a meeting on Monday, we should do that, because we're not going to even get to this till midnight with all the public comment, and it's just too much. I mean, we do this every 15 years, and I just don't think we want to try and have that discussion at this point in the night.
I agree. So if everyone can look on City Council, can look at their schedules for Monday, and city staff as well, if you have proposed times while we listen to public comment, and then we can do that when we do the agenda review at the end. So if we can, I think we do need to do item 2C, and then we'll move to public comment. I think item 2C is quicker. So item 2C is a public hearing to levy assessments for various street lighting and parkway maintenance districts citywide for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. Just to note, the city manager is recusing on this item. So can we have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My presentation will be very brief. The item before you today is the annual requirement to continue the levying of 9 street lighting, landscaping, and parkway maintenance districts. On June 10th, the City Council adopted a resolution to preliminary approve the engineering report that establishes the levies and also declares today's public hearing. I'm happy to report that the districts are running on a balanced budget. The revenue the city collects is spent on the maintenance efforts, and the city does have the ability to address unforeseen maintenance issues through the year. Staff is always looking to balance the levies with actual costs, and we take the opportunity to reduce the levies where the surplus in revenue exceeds the maintenance of effort. This concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for staff before I open the public hearing? Councilmember Garner.
Thank you. I've had several questions from people living in assessment districts that do not feel that proper maintenance has been done in those districts. And so I wanted to request in public that we receive an accounting of what's been done in the last several years. There are particular, Vintage Palms Tract is one in particular, but in general, I understand that these assessment fees have not been able to be increased in quite some time, and that has impacted our ability to do more maintenance in some areas. But I do think that there are certain assessment districts that might need a little bit more attention and determination on what can be done for those areas. So I just want to put that out there that's information that's needed as we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Seeing none, I'd like to open the public hearing. Sorry, I lost my place. City Clerk, if you could go ahead and state, so the public is invited to speak on the matter for up to 2 minutes. Are there any public speakers?
No public comment, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed. Is there any discussion or additional questions from council or a motion? Thank you. There's a motion by Councilmember Woods to move staff recommendation. There is a second by Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. Any further discussion? We have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Corrs. And Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The next item is item 5D, discussion of 2021 fall special events and parades. If we can have a staff report, please. Thank you to all of our staff who is here very, very late with us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the council. The item before you for review and consideration is for the return of the Palm Springs Veterans Day Parade and Festival of Lights Parade. The state has been open since June 15th, which allows the special events to be brought back to their normal scheduled programming. Should council decide to approve the return of the events, we are also requesting some appropriation of some funding. In addition to those items, the staff report also highlights the Palm Springs Pride is planning its November event and is seeking council's directive relating to funding for the Pride Parade. Direction to move forward will allow my team to begin working on securing additional sponsorships needed to cover our city events. We do have a PowerPoint presentation to just go over some facts, but we don't have to do that. We are available for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Councilmember Garner?
The only thing that I wanted to just raise in terms of the future is that while I understand that the cost for each parade is different on a base level for the city, there's some parades that get a lot more attention and funding than others. I've received comments in the past about having a more robust Veterans Day parade, for instance. So I know for the Pride Parade has a lot of sponsorships, a lot of support, community support, and a lot of more ability to do fundraising. So I don't want to do this now for this year, but I do in the future want to look at ways that we can better support other events that are important to the community that don't have that same attention, and don't have those same sponsorship opportunities.
Thank you. I'd also like us to look sort of holistically at our Parks and Rec and our event programming. I know our city staff did such a good job with the 4th of July, spectacular, extravaganza, all the different events. And so just thinking through the future, do we want to continue all of the parades? Do we want to continue them and also do events like we did with concerts in the park, movies in the park? So I'd love to have that conversation later to sort of long-term planning about these events. But for right now, what's in front of us, my question just is this sufficient for all of these events, the funding amounts?
For Pride, the estimate is 165, and that's more of Ron's. He can answer those questions. What is on the table in regards to Veterans Day and Festival of Lights? No, it's not sufficient, and that's why we need to start earlier to be able to fundraise for the sponsorships needed to cover the events in its entirety. So,
Councilmember Garner.
And I guess on that note, that's kind of where I am wondering, do we have more ability to fundraise for Pride than we do for these other events? Do we need to allocate more than $15K to Veterans Day Parade, which I understand would take away some money from Pride, but would we be able to better fundraise for Pride? I just want to make sure that we are doing what makes sense financially and equitably for all of these different things.
I might just offer that while we did go through a budget and generally appropriate funds and gave an outline of where some of these events have stood historically, I think you could both maintain funding for Pride and if you wanted to appropriate additional funds for these other two events.
Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, and if I remember, I think, Festival of Lights, we ended up spending around $130,000, and obviously Pride is a lot more than the $165. Those are just city costs. I mean, it's a 3-day event, but we get $225,000 from PS Resorts, which some years is half of the money they get from us. And I would suggest we use it for the three events we're talking about, because that's meant to benefit the community. And if we need to appropriate more, which I think we already put money in the budget, so we can make up, if we can't raise the funds to cover the actual cost to the city for Veterans Day and Festival of Lights, then I would support appropriating the money so we make sure all the events are covered, but we should try and fundraise as much as we can for all of them.
So does staff have a recommendation? Should we just move to support staff's recommendations as presented here, or should we increase those amounts?
We would appreciate a little bit more financial support for the 2 other parades, just in case we don't reach our fundraising limits. Then at least we do have a cushion to make sure that we're not sacrificing the quality of the events for our city.
In what amounts?
Let me call up Jasmine, because she is our budget guru for these events, so she can answer those details better for you.
Thank you. Hi, Jasmine.
Good
Welcome.
evening. Thank you for having me. So for the Festival of Lights Parade, Councilmember Coors was correct. Production costs are close to about $130,000. And then there is a staff cost that's equal to about $45,000. So that's all the in-kind services for police and fire and recreation to help produce the event the day of the event. For Veterans Day, the production cost equals to about $55,000, and there's about $20,000 worth of staffing costs.
Is the $20,000 in staffing, those are additional amounts to the
Correct.
amount? So typically when we contribute to these events, we do the cash amount and then the in-kind amount for the staffing costs, right?
Correct.
So do you have a recommendation from the $15,000 for the Veterans Day and the $30,000 that's proposed for the Festival of Lights? What might be more appropriate?
Ideally, it would be beneficial to fully fund the events and then allow us to fundraise and then pay back whatever fundraising dollars we do receive, so that at no point in time we're ever borrowing against city dollars.
I support that.
Yeah.
So I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Is there further discussion? Should always get us when we're this tired.
I know.
There you go.
I was complaining a
Easy.
bit about being last on the agenda, but
Oh, it
now
was
I
worth
see it's
the-
best.
It was worth the wait. So there's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Holstedge.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Garner.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your work, and thank you for being here so late. So I'd like to propose that we continue this meeting to an adjourned, can you,
An adjourned regular meeting?
thank you, an adjourned regular meeting on a date that we will pick hopefully on Monday or so for the final item of the housing element, so we can do it with fresh eyes. Is that?
You want to choose it now?
Yeah, we should choose the time, but first we have to do public comment. So does that work for us? So we're not doing it right now as the next item? Okay, so then we will move to public comment on non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the city council on items within the general interest, within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the city council values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, we cannot take any action on items not listed on the agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. City Clerk, if you could please begin contacting speakers by telephone. Thank you.
Live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
This is in response to the July 5th opinion page article by council people Christy Holsteg and Jeff Coors called Stick to the Facts in Debate over Maryland Statute. I want to help provide facts about the Maryland protest. There were 2 separate groups demonstrating against the statute who, very unfortunately, in my opinion, decided to demonstrate together to augment their size. My group only objected to the placement of the statute as evidenced by the signs we held up. The second group objected to the statue itself, as their signs indicated. There was no crossover of the two viewpoints. The people in the two groups just stood together. I never thought it was a good plan to group together physically. This made it easy for onlookers and city council members to misinterpret and find the protesters guilty of being disingenuous if the two approaches were combined to mean, quote, we don't want the Maryland statue at all, but it would be okay if it were relocated. I hope I've clarified this situation. I left when the Never Maryland group began to chant, shame, shame. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Brian Rossi, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Well, I was not sure about what topic I was to be talking towards, but there's two things that I think they may be regarding. One is the 5 acres of possible 100-unit homeless housing, and I represent foldingproject.com, and we are preparing a layout for 100 units to provide bridge shelter for homeless housing there. And then I think the other one was for the moving of the George Floyd poster. But that's something that where our company is open to moving. And that's all the comments I have.
All right, thank you. Trina Turk, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Hello, Council and Mayor Holstage. Mayor Holstage was fortunate to have the privilege of using the public forum of the last City Council meeting to air her personal grievances regarding how people are arguing against the Maryland statue and or its placement. It is unfortunate the Council will not allow concerned citizens a forum to do the same. A public hearing where there is a true dialogue allowing for feedback, which has been suppressed and ignored since last November. The mayor said she was triggered by Me Too arguments about the statue and touted her admirable past experience as a supporter of women and women's rights. What she failed to do was to acknowledge that many other women who have also experienced sexual assault or harassment are triggered by the statue itself. A statue that is considerably larger than life, installed on a main street by city leadership, is a monument. Monuments are public images erected in public spaces to perpetuate ideals and values held by public leaders. They are designed to perpetuate cultural norms, social order, and power relations. As long as the City Council continues to support the statue's prominent placement as a monument in the center of our city, they've lost all credibility as true supporters of women. It's a monument celebrating the sexual objectification of a woman that is offensive and, yes, triggering to many people. The issue that brought me to this debate is the offensiveness of the placement of the statue, but that doesn't mean I can't understand the Me Too issues as well. Would we erect a statue of a man with his underwear exposed in front of the museum? Think about it. Would we say that's a fun, free family attraction? If the Palm Springs City Council is as inclusive and responsive as they claim to be, they must move this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie Lena, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
My name is Emiliana Huereca. To correct the record, I am.
I'm sorry. Could you start over?
My name is Emiliana Huereca, Executive Director of Women's March Foundation. I am also here to correct the record. I am speaking on behalf of a lot of women that are against the Marilyn Monroe statue, and I want to read part of my op-ed. After the protest, Women's March volunteers have received hundreds of harassing messages, including death threats. One prominent Women's March leader, a woman of color with young children, received a package at her home with a Palm Springs postmark full of plastic penises. Another was Zoom bombed by a naked man shouting the N-word. In the face of this misogynistic harassment, Palm Springs Mayor Christy Holstage and City Council Member Jeff Kors wrote an op-ed published on June 5, dismissed concerns of misogyny and accusing protesters of co-opting the Me Too movement. They called for facts and respectful debate, but made no mention of the hateful profanity used to silence women protesting peacefully in their city. The mayor argued that the iconic pose recreated in the Forever Maryland represents Monroe's autonomy and control over her career. She omits the fact that Monroe, who collaborated on the original photographs, is no longer with us to collaborate on this piece. Nor were Monroe's original pieces interactive installations for viewers to walk under an upskirt and take crotch shots. Another important fact, hundreds of women each year are victims of upskirting, the practice of taking photos between a woman's legs without her consent. Laws in the U.S. vary, and as recently as 2014, the Texas Supreme Court struck down laws to protect women from unconsensual upskirt photography. Since the United Kingdom passed strict laws, reports have included victims between the age of 10 and 74.
Elena, your time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Wolfer, you're live with the Palm Springs City Council, and you have 2 minutes to provide your comments.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Lauren Wolfer. I am the Assistant Manager of the Palm Springs Certified Farmers Market. I am calling tonight to ask Council to re-examine our food truck ordinance. So we've been planning the outdoor season of our market and wanted to have food trucks this year. But looking into the ordinance, we found that they're not actually allowed to operate before 9 a.m., which, our market opens at 8 a.m. So that would make it impossible. And that just seems kind of silly. And I wonder if that restriction is strictly necessary. And I just have to say that the ordinance in general seems very restrictive. And honestly, I can't remember the last time I saw a food truck in Palm Springs, except for, at a special event. And I know that the city worked very hard to strike a balance between competing interests. But now that 6 years have passed, it might be time to reevaluate whether this ordinance actually is fair for food truck operators. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that concludes public comment. We were not able to reach Leslie Klein, Alexa Palmer, Lisa Schoenberg, and Jamie Trutchenberg, as all of theirs went straight to voicemail.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who called in, and we apologize that it is so late. We had a lot of city business to do tonight before we go dark for the summer. So the next item is City Council and City Manager requests for upcoming agenda development. City Manager, do you have anything?
No.
Thank you. Do you have a proposal about what time might be acceptable for staff to continue this meeting until to consider the housing element?
Mayor and council, I don't see any particular restrictions on schedule for any time in the afternoon, at least for me. I don't know with city clerk or city attorney. So I think it's council's pleasure to find a time sometime Monday afternoon.
Open?
Councilmember Garner?
If I can propose a time, if we could do it in the morning at 8 a.m., that would be ideal.
Is that the only time you can do?
No, I I'm a morning person. The only time I can't do is lunchtime and then 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock at night.
Thank you. Do any other council members have any conflicts?
8 a.m.
I have just moral objection to 8 a.m. Since I have a baby who wakes up at 4 a.m. Mayor Pro Tem.
Morning people of the world unite.
I could do 8 a.m. if necessary.
So
I can do 8 a.m.
If we're going to do morning, 9 sounds much better.
9 a.m. is fine.
can we ask about conflicts? So is everyone else open that day?
Yeah, anytime for me.
Okay. 9 a.m. is fine. Does that work for staff? Would you prefer a different time?
No, we can make that work.
Is that going to be in chambers or is it going to be Zoom?
On Zoom. I need to be by Zoom.
All right.
Since I'm supposed to be on vacation right now, but here I am, and here I will be on Monday. So we will have, for the public who's listening, we will adjourn this meeting until Monday at 9 a.m. We will consider the housing element item, which is item 5C. Other council member requests and upcoming agenda development. Councilmember Woods.
Yeah, I just want to put it on the radar for the architectural design guidelines. So I'd like just to add that to the list so we know we can get a timing of when that's going to happen.
Thank you. I'd also like to add to the list to request a food truck ordinance and the review as we had public comment tonight. We've also ran into issues with the food truck ordinance. We had been contacted by the Indio Food Truck Park, Coachella Food Truck Park, and we were trying to even do like free community events for families and everyone in our parks, and that is illegal under our food truck ordinance, and it was a huge barrier, and so we couldn't get them involved in our city at that time, so I would like to add that to the list. And I also had a meeting with the Desert Community, I'm going to botch this because it's very late, the Community Compost Coalition, and they're doing really important work, and they actually have an initiative in Palm Springs with state funding from Cal Recycle to start up community composting activities. And so they have a few requests. One is to review the franchise agreement and to allow an exemption clause and policy to allow community composting activities. And then they have also requested a local composting site in Palm Springs, and they're looking at a few sites, and I think that's consistent with our sustainability action plan and our goals and priorities. So I would like the City Council to consider those issues as we move forward and other support for the Community Compost Coalition. Any other requests from council members? Councilmember Kors.
Yeah, and I think this has been asked for, but if we could just get an ordinance given the extreme energy use by indoor cannabis grows, requiring 100% carbon-free power, and give them the option on how they do that.
Thank you. Anything else? So then we will go ahead and adjourn this meeting and continue it to Monday, July 26th at 9 a.m. So with that, have a great evening. Thank you.
Goodbye.